legitimately just before the festival. So we had tried to give her the nickel and dime version, abridged tour of what all was going on as far as what we had going on. But since Dratari is the person Dratari is, none of us were really fully invested in explaining the nuances of what the adults were doing to this person who is very much so not one of the adults.
No, she is not. Let's be honest. Okay, let me put it this way. Like, she was already fangirling over actually seeing, uh, as, well, okay, as Stormy again. Let's just keep it with names. Just because she recognized her from her own town, kind of thing. It's like, hey, cool, familiar face, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. And Stormy was
Especially
like,
with
"Oh,
her.
hell no. Oh, hell no."
And the one thing I still love is the aspect of, like, no, literally, she just tripped ass backwards into this whole thing. She doesn't even know how the hell she got there.
I mean, this at this point, I'm not even sure. I know we know
Hey!
the mist came in,
Sorry,
and the
everything
mist.
took forever for me.
All right. The mists came in, the mists retreated, and suddenly we were fighting wolves. And we found ourselves in a place wherein we knew it did not geographically line up with where we thought we were. I know we've gotten a lot of information about Barovia at this point. I'm not sure if we've actually figured out that we are effectively in another dimension of reality. Like, I don't know the extent to which we have figured out that the geography doesn't line up with where we think we're supposed to be. But as far as whether it's another realm of reality, which it is, or whether it's like the original Zelda, the teleport maze forest, or, we don't know exactly what happened. We know we're not where we're supposed to be,
I
and we
think
know
it's
this valley is surrounded by mist.
it might be a little bit more like Ocarina of Time's water dungeon in that it's a hell of its own.
But
And there is that possibility too, is that it might be a journey to the heart.
the
Journey-
lost approach.
Yeah, it might
Final
be.
season of Lost.
Never watched any of it.
Oh,
know.
it's the ending is like
Yeah,
you're in purgatory.
yeah, I've heard people complaining about it, and
I actually liked it, but I understood the complaints. Like us, like fair enough. It's pretty like. Oh, and the whole they were like spent 5 seasons being like, you're not gonna believe how it's gonna end, and at the end they were like, and the whole thing is in a snow globe.
yeah, and I want to emphasize this as someone, like, my Twitter handle includes the fact that I am a bard. More than half of the D&D characters I have played throughout all of the editions have been bards. That's dating back to when they were half casters, like the modern paladin. I have a type. And let me just say, as someone who loves storytelling and storytellers, anytime that you have the it was all a hallucination, it was all a dream, or whatever else. It's one thing if that's because you're doing that version of concluding the hero's journey, like A Christmas Carol. Scrooge wakes up, it's still Christmas morning, and he's learned from his experiences, and they want to show that. He has come back to his home with the lessons learned. But you just want to end it by saying it was all a dream, or they're still locked in the dream. Inception. I'm sorry. That is such a fucking cop out that
Yeah.
to me, it commits a cardinal sin of depriving your audience an actual conclusion. And so many artists and authors and directors and whatnot love to take the cop out of, well, we wanted to leave it to audience interpretation. It's up to you to decide how it really ended. I
A
think
really good movie or a story otherwise, I feel like that is a satisfying like mystery of what does it mean? What does it mean to me? And like it discussion starting. And
it,
so other filmmakers and storytellers or whatever try to take that as a shortcut, and it just makes for a bad story.
like
Yeah.
fridging a character in order to
Oh,
motivate the main character.
Mhm.
There
Mhm.
are some instances wherein it was done perfectly. The finale of Seven technically fits the fridging trope, but it was done. You could not ask for it to be done better.
It's the
But
unfortunate reality that a story or film or show or um, does something new and interesting, and that works very well for what they're showing or telling. Uh, and then a bunch of copycats like that was successful. I want to be successful instead of making a new. That's why we only have reboots and sequels.
okay, first of all, I do want to say that your microphone is catching a lot of bass resonance as you're talking. Like kind of like when you hear someone talking into an ultra sensitive microphone that doesn't have a wind guard on it.
I turned my bass down a bit. Is that better?
Yeah, that
It
sounds
is
better.
it is way better. It's still, because I am listening for it, I can still tell that it's there a little bit, but it's not like, until I said that, it was obtrusive. But anyway,
Speaking of which, though, I do want to do a quick uh, mic check. I'm currently in the headphones where I could hear myself with a slight delay, so listening to myself is very, very disorienting.
No worries.
I just need these headphones for a second to make sure all of our audios are on the same uh, level. I'm talking right now. I'm barely into the yellow, just a bit under the yellow, unless
All right.
like there's a plosive or uh, I wish I can go up a little bit, but I don't think I can with my current settings. But let's get Dratari talking for a few seconds, loud and soft.
All right. So this is Dratai speaking a little bit softly. Well, not so much softly, just kind of a normal cadence. And now here is the phrasing of her speaking a lot more loudly, and her fighting for justice and the American way. I know that's Superman's thing, but screw it. You know where she's going from. Do you need me to go more, or?
That's I think you're a good level. Let's get Stormy.
Stormy probably talks like this, and she hasn't shouted in quite a while, so she probably won't get above this.
Fair enough.
But
And
just in case
for
she does, it
hypothetical
could be
reasons, if you
if
started talking in a gruff, like skeletal voice, what would that sound like?
Well, if I randomly chose to get into a gruff skeletal voice, it'd be a little something like this, I reckon.
Hey, man.
81% is good for you. Let's get Tegan for a few seconds.
I still say that Inception really pissed me off in many parts of its plot, but especially its conclusion.
I didn't get the joke that I didn't get it right away. So when it hit me 2 seconds in, it was very funny.
But anyway, there are a lot of movies and shows that I feel do screw up their conclusion or finality. Like I also do not like the closing narration of the movie Brave. Okay, so that's middle, low, and high there.
Although, as a side note to
was that enough, Paul?
Yeah, that was good. I'm just currently attempting to connect. What the hell? My Bluetooth headphones are connected to the wrong device right now. Where's my phone? I need to turn off Bluetooth on my phone.
Although, just to finish up that line, I think it always helps if you're going to do a "it's all a dream" plot. You start with the fact that it's all a dream.
You have to, if you're gonna say that it was all a dream, you have to then follow it up by reminding them that you read about it in Word Up magazine while you were listening to Salt and Pepper, Heavy D up in the limousine.
Yeah. I mean,
But
My sound's still good for y'all?
oh yeah, you're fine.
Cool. We ready to start?
I think so.
once Craig is here.
Not bad.
Let's put it this way: we could continue talking about fridging and
There's
it's
a
all a
lot
dream for a lot longer. So we should probably just start the game.
Real quick before we start the game, Steven, you should play Fall Guys ASAP because there's an event going on right now where you play a cops and robbers style game, and it is so fun. It's the way it's built out is it's only one round. You only play one round, and you either get a crown or you don't.
Okay.
But it's so good. It's awesome. I would just recommend it. I only say get to it quick is because it's got like 2 days left, but
Oh, okay, gotcha.
highly recommend. I've been loving the alternative playlists on Fall Guys. They really plus the game up for me. It's fun to play the same level 5 times in a row and get better at it. And then when it comes back up in random rotation, you're like, oh, I'm good at this level. No more surprises. It's super fun.
Nice. This section brought to you by Fall Guys, made by
literally made by my company, but
oh, and was it Epic? Oh, I didn't know.
we didn't make it, but we own it now.
Okay. I thought it was Devolver.
Epic, just like Epic bought my company Psyonix, Epic also bought Mediatonic.
Okay.
It was so originally it was published by Devolver, and now we're the publisher. Well, actually, now we're everything, but we bought them out of Devolver and bought them.
This section of High Fantasy brought to you by Epic Studios. Really not, though. Don't sue us, Epic, please.
Hey, you're not Apple. Don't worry about it.
I think you just get in trouble for advertising and not declaring it's an advertising. I don't think you get in trouble for not getting paid to promote the company. But this recap is brought to you by your benevolent dungeon master, if you're ready for that. Because last time we all met, the party, recently victorious over their enemies at Yesterhill, and with a magical green gem in hand, lingered a bit longer at the hill. Dratari saying prayers over the fallen, Tegan behind her to make sure the dead stay that way, and Manu investigating the hill terraces further after getting a strange magical sensation from the area around the standing stones. You all then return to the winery. There you return the retrieved gem to the Mardukov family. Erwin confronted Tegan about the sticky fingers of her party members, and another family heirloom was returned to the Mardukovs as well. A long rest was had, the wine barrels loaded into the cart, and off you all went towards the settlement of Krezk. Along the road, you ran across a haunting figure who looked all too eager for a fight. When he asked, "Be you servants of Strahd?" Stormy showed off her recently handmade Fuck Strahd Club jacket, which prompted him to extend an invitation to Argon Vostholt.
Egan was very involved in that as well. Just wanted to jump in and point that out.
Glamored armor for the win.
You briefly spoke with the burgomaster of the village, one Dmitry Kreskov. He explained there is not so much by way of an inn in this town, and the residents mostly keep to themselves. He shivered slightly at the mention of you wanting to pay the Abbey a visit. He said that you were welcome to make the hike and pointed out the switchback road that ascends the cliff to the monastery. He did confide that he thought the place to be quite creepy, and that he and his wife Anna would be glad to host you in their home for a time, adding with a sad tone in his voice that their home had recently come into some vacant space. But with that, y'all have free range of Krezk. I know there was talk of some shopping. We could roleplay a quick shopping scene, or if y'all want to get it out of the way, you could just tell me what y'all want, and I could tell you how much it costs.
Whoa.
Ooh, is my screen fucking up for
yes.
Yeah, it's
You
looking
are
hella
going
badass.
Blair Witch on us, yes.
It's the curse of Strahd. Run.
Stop my...
Yeah, I want that Simpsons thing where it's like, and this is the curse from Curse of Strahd. But that joke doesn't work. That's just for my brainwave. Never mind.
I don't know why the curse of Strahd would be to turn your video camera into a dance club background, but okay.
Well, that's cool though.
I was gonna say, I was thinking more like that feels like that should be a mode on Instagram or whatever.
That is the nightclub version of Castle Ravenloft. The hottest club in New York is Castle Ravenloft.
Oh no, you're going to rave mode, Paul.
It's happening again. Why is it happening again?
I have my potion.
Ooh, very nice.
You know how you know it works? It's a real potion. Wait, oh no, it's stuck.
Oh, by the way, speaking of which, thanks again, Scout. There we go. Little dice holder now. So hopefully you guys don't hold.
Oh yeah.
Dice.
You like it?
Once, yeah.
It seemed nifty. Oh, did you make a drink? Have you made any of the Dungeon Meister drinks yet? Oh, what is it?
I haven't actually made one yet.
Okay,
I'll probably wait till the break to actually... I have the book right next to me. I'm literally just doing whiskey and Coke.
For sure.
Oh, and the drink.
Ah ha ha ha.
Sorry, not really advertisers. I'm just doing a alcoholic beverage.
I'm not sure what the issue with my webcam is.
No, I have no idea. That could be almost anything.
Honestly, the way that looked, it almost looked like that should have been a filter. So
it kind of looked like hardware error.
A little bit.
Yeah, it looked like a hardware
yeah.
short. Because that's definitely not a driver issue. Although I
No,
guess
not driver.
Anything could be.
It's also not a
driver.
power issue because that causes just straight up flickering instead.
Mm-hmm.
That was like a mouse chewing through a cable. Uh-oh.
Try to disconnect you for a second. Sorry, every single time there's some...
No worries. What was I...
Technical difficulties.
Unplugged it and plugged it back in.
All right, I'm joining in.
Need to figure out how to put the wub.
Seems to be working.
The wub cannon from what was it called?
The dubstep laser guns.
Yep.
Ah.
Okay.
It was something for something city.
I guess let's see. Let's wait a few seconds and make sure I'm not strobing out again. But it looks like just unplugging it and plugging it back in fixed the problem.
It looks like Scott's not strobing out, but that's a fun one.
Dubstep guns from Corridor.
Unplugging and plugging
Oh,
back in. The Journeyman's Gambit.
My favorite one.
Pro. I was thinking Saints Row 4.
Oh,
I did attempt to turn it off and turn it back on again, and that didn't fix it. But so,
I mean,
unplugging
you
it
seem
and
fine right
plugging it
now.
back in. Yeah, it seems to did the thing. Okay. So yes, shopping. Do y'all want to roleplay talking to some innkeepers, or just tell me what y'all want and
I wouldn't mind doing a little bit of roleplay, but beforehand, how much is full plate armor, if they have any?
they would not, because that's way past the price point that Paul mentioned to other Stephen.
Full plate
No,
is if
1,500.
yeah, and everything in Barovia is more. So even at the best shop so far, that would be 3,000. At the worst shop, it would
Okay.
be whatever, adding 2 zeros to the
15,000.
end of that. Yeah.
In that case, is the Mordkov driver still with us at all, or no? Or did he already turn tail and run?
He went to continue to drop the liquor off, or the wine off, at wherever it's being delivered to, as we got off and talked to the burgomaster.
Oh, okay, so he's no longer here. Dang.
Nope, we
Are they-
separated a good 3 or 4 minutes ago,
Then-
depending on how
That's
long
very
the conversation took in game.
All right, Chari's feeling a little regretful then. No worries. But in that case,
Of course, as small as this town is, we might still see them.
all right.
But
If we do see him, let me know, Paul.
I will say that if you're still near the burgomaster's cottage, you could see Dmitry Kreskov is out front helping. I don't remember his name. The Martikov son-in-law unloading the wine barrels onto the porch there.
Okay, cool. How much did we get from Stormy again? From that little raid per person?
30, 50 gold, something like that.
yeah, I don't
Very
remember. I don't
I only
remember
got like
the
22
exact
gold on me.
amount.
Then maybe
I don't
it
remember
was
the
only
exact
50
amount,
total.
just-
Oh, it might have been 50 total
Okay.
or something. I don't know.
I don't know either. I just know that I did at some point in time mark it. When
So-
I rewatched the video, because the back and forth of the conversation between you and Paul was so involved, and then we got distracted. It was never actually handled in character on record. I think we figured it out after we called the game.
Gotcha.
I think you
Because I
and
can-
Steven were around for like 2 or 3 hours after the game last time.
Yeah.
Last night, definitely, yeah.
It was like 4 a.m. my time. I think I was like getting ready for bed, and like I was about to go out for a spliff at like 4 a.m. And I saw that y'all were still on. I was like, oh, I'll jump on and see what they're talking about. And then 10 minutes later, when I was going outside, you were already off.
Yeah, Stephen was at that point in time tired and wanted to go to sleep, and I was still I had like 5 cups of coffee at that point,
Jeez.
and I make
Yeah,
my
that
coffee.
was like 6 a.m. your time.
Yeah, I make my coffee super. Well, I didn't even go to bed until like 10, 11 in the morning, and then I slept through Monday. Anyway,
I guess that is all to say. If I do run into what was the full name? Martikov.
I don't actually remember what I said.
No
Let's
worries.
go back to.
Plans, High Fantasy.
Let's just say, in finding out that finding Martikov again, just hey Martikov, I apologize profusely for not obviously paying you for the ride over. So here you go, and basically give, let's say, 10 gold back to him as kind of a wink and a nod for saying, Sorry for maybe stealing all your fortune. Hopefully, here you go.
I believe it was Adrian, the eldest Markov's son.
Hey, Adrian! Sorry, I'm pretty sure that's a name in one of the Schwarzenegger movies. But Adrian!
Rocky.
Stallone.
That-
Yeah.
that-
Oh,
that-
it's Rocky. That's what it was. Thank you.
That's Rocky.
And 80s movies. But anyways, Adrian, it's so good to run into again. Hey, I apologize profusely for not thanking you properly for your ride over here. So here is 10 gold for your troubles. That should be enough, yes?
That's oh my god, in Barovia, that's like that's a retirement fund right there.
Yeah, yes, of course. I take this back to our family. Thank you all for the help you have given us, the winery.
Of course. And just kind of like tapping on, like, bro hug around the shoulder kind of thing. And then off with the rest of our buying, what should we get this? What should we get at this point? I think one of the better things for us would be more. Would holy water help us?
Let me emphasize this pose that I'm doing, like the eagerly let me say something in response to this, is what Tegan is doing even as you're asking. I don't know if you realize this, but every time I'm bandaging you guys up, I'm actually using up parts of my kit, and I have
Fair enough.
restocking that is the highest of my current priorities since, and looks over to Dotari. I realize you haven't been with us for very long, but we have managed to make it out of several of our scrapes very barely, and I would really like to restock.
I have about 12 gold on me left. How much do you need?
Actually, could I borrow, looks at her, actually starts counting out her coinage. Let's see how much they'll charge for it first. If they even have it, which, as Tegan says that, if this were a 90s cartoon, it would be that case wherein as she's saying it, she starts to kind of hunch over and has strings of her hair go up to actually exemplify the fact that she's not hiding stress.
And at that point, Jotari just like takes the 12 golds left with the pouch and kind of throws it to Tegan, going, "Here."
Okay, that definitely works for me.
Thank you.
There's going to be a few seconds here where the recording's not going to be able to hear. Sorry, give me a second. They could hear again. Sorry
Okay.
about that.
No worries.
So, yeah, I'm going to want, and this is in character. Yeah, I am going to want for us to go visit the store before we head up, just because I'd like to get that out of the way.
Also, on top of that, should we also? I've already made a holy vata for myself. I know that we're kind of dealing with that kind of thing. Should we at least make like 3 more before the day is done? Actually, wait, I just realized that it's probably still 3, like, 1 first level spells for me.
Yeah, it would be, but in character, we'll see how the day goes. The way churches in this land have treated us so far, I mean, demonic possessions, vampire lords showing up to destroy reliquaries, all kinds of nothing good. and then combine that with the burgomaster of this town acting the way he did about this church. Let's see how the day progresses and how else you might need your magical reserves to be used before we assume that it's safe to burn magic in this town.
Yeah, Jotari just kind of like side eyes the monastery and goes, "Yeah, found a dinkum." So, but
And then almost immediately after finishing that sentence, without even actually interrogating her own hypocrisy on it, Tegan casts Detect Magic so that she can look around the village as they're walking for any possible magical auras, just in case there are any magical auras being where they ought not be, but also so that it's a 60-foot range and it lasts for 10 minutes. The idea being that Tegan wants to still have it up when they get into the store. But that said, I don't think this village is long enough that walking to the store will be a 10-minute walk.
Oh, is that a 10-minute thing?
Yep. Detect magic lasts for 10 minutes, gives me special magical sight.
Sure.
Any magic shows up as auras, which of course means that all of our magical stuff lights up, but to my vision.
My tattoo,
to be honest,
my armor.
I think the only things that show up for me then is the great axe you already gave me and probably the book that I'm reading, like the Bible. Or that part.
That's good to know. That'll give me a segue to actually start talking to you about it, and we can actually have in-character conversations about stuff. Yay! But that is good to know, and now I wish I had casted Detect Magic around you at any point in time prior to this.
Yep. There's a reason I'm very, very glad that I did detect Divine Sight, like, the first day that I met y'all. But anyways, Paul, you have the final dominion on that one.
But yeah, okay, so yep, I popped Detect Magic as we make our way to the shop, with the idea being that it'll still be up when we're inside.
Everything okay there?
Sorry, it's like everything's set up a little bit different, and I just clicked. It should have been just one button, and it worked, but it didn't work, so I had to click a whole bunch of things
I guess,
to make it work.
You're good.
But yeah, I do have a tabletop open. You should all be in
Krezk. I didn't even open that up. One moment. Une moment, s'il vous plaît. Wait, no, I'm playing Jotari. I shouldn't be using French. Oh, I guess I could just make her multilingual. I think in one of the games...
I mean, you're a tiefling, so you already have to be at least bilingual with Common and Infernal.
Infernal, Common, and German, apparently. Because in one of these sessions, I literally went into German.
The fun of being polyglot in real life when trying to keep your character voices aligned.
All right. Sorry, Paul. I guess German is now official in D&D.
That's fine. I think
We already have.
There's
Scottish
been a precedent
boys
before this.
Oh no, yeah, that's right.
But yeah, I think traveling along one of these roads to kind of the western, a bit like west by northwest, kind of into this area here, is where y'all will be able to find a shop that is on your way to the switchbacks up the cliff to the monastery.
Okay.
And along the way up to there, Tegan, you were casting detect magic. Within 60 feet, you're not really catching much.
Okay. Like I said, it'll stay with my eyeballs until the duration expires, or I cast something else that takes concentration.
And on that note, Paul, we never really discussed so much about it, but is the book that I have magical or no?
I'd say, yeah, that has a magical property. Off the top of my head, I don't
Okay.
know what school to say it would be, but
Fair enough. TBH, I can't recall what school.
enchantment, probably.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, that guarantees the fact that we will talk about it.
As you do.
But yeah, but that is good to know. So
Go
we
ahead.
make our way to the shop, ye old community shop, hey.
By the way, for tabletop itself, I'm only getting like the what seems to be like the outer gate.
Zoom out.
Pull out. The gate where we were, where our tokens are, and it still shows us as talking to the burgomaster right at the gate.
Yeah.
It is just the zoomed in part of the picture.
Okay, I can't see
If
anything
you
more.
like mouse roll wheel, you should be able to zoom out.
Yeah, I was just only focusing on that for some reason. Let me try here at least. Oh, okay. Yeah, there we go. Sorry about that.
Yeah, you should be able to zoom out just wide enough to not quite see the whole village in one screen, but pretty close.
Okay. No, I think we're good. Sorry about that.
It's all good. So yeah, we're making our way there. And like, what do we see?
Yeah, you see a. It's funny because it doesn't look like a storefront at all. There's no signage. It just looks like a home.
That's where you buy the good stuff. It's like the shittier the restaurant looks, the better the food. This shop's gonna have some good stuff. Well, actually, so from what you posted, actually, the prices here are insanely good compared to. So.
Yeah, compared to the village of Barovia, it's half the price, which is still insanely expensive. But you kind of expect that in a place with
It's
little
a fifth
to no
of the price
trade.
of the price of the village of Barovia.
I mean, hey, you're paying that bat tax. You know, no one wants to travel Strahd around.
Times 5 is half of times 10.
Krezk is times 2.
Oh.
Valaki is times 5. Barovia is times 10. I don't know if I typed that wrong when I typed that in earlier.
So, what kind of shops do we see in general?
Like I said, you go to where the burgomaster Krezkov, he kind of described a home. You're at the front of a building that matches the description. Does not seem like a shop at all, but you could go onto the porch, you could try the door, or you could knock.
Katari knocks politely. Yes. Hello.
How long do you wait for a response?
After saying hello, is anyone home? At least like 30 seconds to a minute, I guess, feels right. Like after like being dead silent for 30 seconds, just hello. We have
And how loud do you think you're being?
about this loud, just hello, anyone home? We have patronage to give to anyone. Like one beaming smile, even though she knows that no one can see through. Because obviously it's a door, so
you hear the audio equivalent of a double take, kind of the creaking of floorboards and the quick like shift weight back on another foot and then back again, and then a quick stepping towards the door, which opens without being unlocked, and you hear a little bell that's connected above the threshold. The door smacks on its way open. It says, "Oh, outsiders, hello. Have you come to pursue wares, or are you looking for something in specific?"
of course we're looking for this. We are looking for and kind of like just like side eyes. Tegan, like, what are we looking for again?
Personally and particularly, I'm looking to restock on basic kits of herbs and bandages and the like. But also just, we were curious as to what all was or would be available here. If you have anything specialty or...
Oh, well, please do come in, peruse, ask questions. My name is Dragomir. This is my home and this is my shop. Please come in. He kind of invites you again. The bell jingles again when the door closes behind you.
Tari takes his hand. Thank you very much, Tatar. Not to say Tari. Dragon. Okay, she's dumb, but she's not that dumb. Very much Dragonair.
Dragomar, I think, was it? Which I love that name. Slightly less so in a vampire-themed area, but...
Thank you very much, Sir Dragomir. Dragomir.
But, So my first question is, do any magical auras pop inside this place? I can't hear you.
Yes, sorry, give me a second.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just typing something to Steven.
Oh.
Magic items that you are pinging in this shop. It seems to be kind of in an area with kind of a scattering of weapons and other things that you think might be used in the process of monster hunting, like manacles and wooden stakes and silver crosses, that type of thing. You're seeing just a rod and also a whip.
A rod, hell yeah.
That are both giving you some magical energy.
By the way, Todd.
It also looks like a short bow is also giving you some magical energy.
By the way, Paul, on that note, I have holy symbol. Would that essentially be the same thing as having like crosses in this universe?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
Okay, cool. Wasn't sure if I should buy things of that nature.
But yes, I think I heard you say you were looking for some herbal and healing supplies. These are things we do carry. Forgive me, I'm a bit overwhelmed. We have not had even one customer in quite some time. well, a whole group. Very eager to service you today.
Thank you.
To be fair, traveling in these lands, if you're showing up only one at a time, you're either an extreme badass or an extreme idiot, or both.
Why, thank you.
Accurate.
Sorry about that.
Perfect setup, perfect delivery. That was okay. So, I have to ask how much of a supply of such things do you have? How much do they cost a piece?
Off the top of my head, my healer's kit will run about 10 gold piece each. I will have to look to see how many I have, but I think I should have at least 3, probably not more than like 7.
Well,
Well, having healer kits is better than not having them.
yeah,
Paul is-
by far.
Paul
By
is-
far.
No, Ryan.
Sorry, what was that?
No, I was gonna say Paul is going to roll in the 3 to 7, the D 3 to 7 table. Like I did not need to be interrupting people to say that.
You're fine.
I will probably want to end up buying out your stock, but we shall see how some of the rest of this goes. I do have some questions about some of the other items you have around here, such as I know more than most people would think about some types of weaponry, and that does seem to be a rather well-made short bow you have over there.
So I'm not quite sure what the deal with some of these are. Much of my supply is quite second-hand, if not third, fourth hands departing from dead hands. It's we do not like to waste in this village.
How do you even know that they're fourth hand?
I mean, I suppose I do not know at all. It's a wear and tear. Some of
Creature
my
had 4
items seem
hands.
older than that. I have not seen.
Admittedly. But fair enough. Doing a short bow as well.
Oh, I wouldn't know that yet, huh?
But
Tegan is the only one who like
knows the 3 items are magical yet. And then I take it the out of character. I take it the wick is like to be turned into a candle wick.
I'm sorry. You think this big whip is wick for
whip.
candle?
Whip.
I don't know how you could have possibly seen that. I didn't say the words. I just showed you item. But yes, this is whip. This is not candle wick.
Okay.
Whoopsh,
So
whoopsh, you could whip it.
That's a big candle.
Anyway, so there was the short bow, there was a whip, and what was the third, Paul?
The third one,
technically the first.
short bow, whip, and a rod.
Yeah, I'm also going to ask specifically about the rod.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
if
these
they know anything about it.
these seem to have some sort of perhaps their previous owners were followers of the Morning Lord. They have some holy symbols on them, but other than that, I don't really know. Looks quite heavy. I bet you could hit somebody pretty good with this.
When you say it looks quite heavy, do you think would you say it's heavy enough to be immovable?
He's kind of doing one-armed
It's-
curl ups with it. It's like, no, I mean, you could lift it. It's not that heavy. I mean to say substantial.
oh, sorry. I don't know why I said that.
This is not the
But-
location in Valley where you could find such an item.
But
What?
yeah,
Actually, on that note, just make sure, did my divine sense catch any of this beforehand or no? Since I activated it as soon as we went into the village.
And divine sense is sensing for like creatures, celestial fiends, undead. It's not like a magic sense.
Yeah, it's more. I'll
it-
read it
it-
verbatim.
yeah, it detects those creature types, but it also senses holy or unholy areas. But unlike detect magic that actually stays with my eyes for a period of time, it's just a single radar ping in the immediate area, and I think it's only 30 foot.
I think it's 60.
60 foot for divine sense. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you
But
do
yeah,
it inside
Still
of the
not a whole
store,
village.
if you do it inside of the shop, and if magical weapons that the reason they're magical is because of a touch of divinity
that
would,
would.
then yes, these three items that have piqued Tegan's interest are also piquing your interest.
Okay. In that case, let's just be safe about it and just say I activated it again when we entered the shop and noticed that they were divine.
Okay.
Just have that kind of wink and a nudge kind of thing, like saying. And at that point, in the conversation, I activated divine sense. Noticed that they were all three divine items, and kind of wink, very unsubtle wink and a nudge, just like, yes, you're good to go.
I want to
Sorry,
put some,
I neglected to mention there is a fourth item that both of you are noticing. It is kind of like one of those incense burners that Catholics and other religions like hold on a chain and
Censer.
swing
censer,
around.
Yeah.
Oh, like yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah.
So I'm not even going to bother to ask about that as far as
Yeah.
if the person knows anything. I'm just going to say, so I am at this point curious about what the price would be for this, and this. Yeah. And also what I would like to know what your actual supplies are as far as the healing kits, depending
Well,
on what the
Go into
cost
the back
of these.
to check some of my inventory, but I can tell you this rod that's going to run you 250 gold piece. This whip, I could let it go for 200 gold piece. This bow, 150, I will say. And the other thing you were looking at, oh yes, this incense burner. I don't know how useful it could be, but it looks like fine material went into its making. I'd say 100 gold piece. I could let you consider for a moment, and I could run into a back room to see exactly how many the healing and herbal kits I have. Is there anything else I should be looking for that I don't necessarily have directly out here?
And at that point, it just like trying to think between us. We don't have 100 gold piece between any of us, do we?
None of us individually does. If
Sunny
we,
has 536 gold.
okay, I stand
Also-
very
Get that much
corrected.
money.
Also,
Gems.
that's not including my 50 gold pieces worth of gems. Sunny, I think while you're like kind of talking, Sunny like dumps out her part of her backpack and dumps out 3 solid gold candlesticks, 3 silver candlesticks, and 9 sets of silverware onto the wherever I can dump that, I guess.
On the counter, I guess.
Yeah, there's a kind of large horizontal surface. It looks like it might have been a bar at one point. There's
Sweet.
not really a fantasy equivalent of a cash register, but there's other things like an abacus and stuff.
Gotcha.
But there's otherwise plenty of room to kind of scatter this out. It's like, yes, I suppose we do bartering. This is a secondhand store after all. Are you looking for an appraisal of these items?
Yeah, I think if we could add this worth to my party's tab and maybe do a bit of trading.
Jesus,
Remind me
Stormy, I didn't
again
know
what
you were
you put
this loaded.
down. A few golds, candlesticks, and silverware and silver candlesticks.
It was three solid gold candlesticks, 3 silver candlesticks, unknown if it's solid or not, could be plated, and 9 sets of silverware.
From the burgomaster of Valaki's house.
Exactly.
Attic.
The attic. Yep,
Yeah.
exactly. And even then, I still like to play tribes. Jesus, Stormy, I didn't know that you had this much. Where'd you even get this, Valve?
A capitalist always has capital. This is mine.
I think
Dragomir starts inspecting through the stuff. I think he pulls out a jeweler's loop to start inspecting some things a little bit closer, and does a few other things. He kind of takes a fork along the side of one of the candlesticks and rubs it a bit. And he says, "Oh, this looks to be in decent condition. Fine items." Yes, I suppose for these I could take 175 gold off of whatever you purchase.
for just that one or for everything?
For all of this that you showed.
Well, better than nothing, then, I guess.
So
I mean, I feel like that's pretty good, right?
Yeah.
It's really up to you. We were there for you looting that, and we very heavily encouraged it at that point because fuck that guy. But that is most definitely your loot. you
Indeed.
made
Go
the point.
go
You
for it.
made. Yeah.
Hey, you don't see Sunny offering up actual gold coin, just barter. So don't think you're getting too. Don't think she's being too generous.
Yeah, and Tegan is pretty
You'll
sure that
also
you're
notice a very there's a noticeable lack of those gems as well. So
Oh, so it was all just the Burgermeister stuff.
it's only the things that you all watched me take.
And Tegan even then is kind of assuming that it's because one of the things that we are buying are the healing kits that
Yes, it's kind of
directly benefit you.
Yes, I think Sunny is very cognizant of the fact that those healing kits have saved her in the past, and getting more of them is just a great party move.
Yeah.
And her target's just full, oh great, she's so much into the party kind of thing. And she's head empty. Let's be honest, she's
Yeah.
about
Pure of heart, dumb of ass, hot of bod.
She is a himbo, but female. Oh shit.
That's just a bimbo. That's the original word.
I feel like the meaning and definition
you're right.
has evolved and changed.
It is. It would be female himbo.
I mean, at this point, yeah, no, considering like playing her completely like asexual, yeah. Not like any like indication. It was literally because of one of Paul's lines here that it's like, okay, like yeah, let's play it like that.
But anyway, I do have something I want to say about Dratari getting the divine sense off, though.
Oh, go ahead.
I want you to bear in mind that while you would have seen me cast a spell, you don't know detect magic, and you don't know what spell I cast. So you don't necessarily actually know that it's because of the spell I cast that is how I identified those items. But when you use your divine sense to proc and you sense those items and also sense my corruption again, you have in character no way of knowing whether it was because of the spell I cast or because my corruption let me sense them.
I mean, to be honest, I think that was more of a case where she's friends with you, and at that point, she's literally already like a tiefling. So she doesn't know what the hell's going on with you or Manu. So at that point, it's like, hey, she's friends. Let's at least have divine things to go against these vampires, because I'm pretty sure that's not good for us. Like, having more divine things is good for us versus against a literal vampire.
So anyway, person after the appraisal needs to check on kit count.
As you're waiting, a few moments for him to come out from the back room.
All right.
He does return with 8 healers kits.
Oh, I thought that he said only had 7.
At most.
I had more than I expected. I was just throwing out an estimate. I knew I had at least more than 2. I knew for sure I had less than 10. Rein it in a little bit. You got more than you expected. If you can pay for all of this, I don't want to assume. You're welcome to buy me out.
Oh, we can definitely buy you out, and thank you for taking your back room, says Eva.
Apologies for needing to make you repeat yourself. How much was Paul? How much did this person say the rod was, and how much did this person say the bow was?
The bow was 150 gold pieces. You didn't ask about the whip. That was 200 gold pieces. The rod was 250 gold pieces, and the censer was 100 gold pieces.
And the rod is 250. The bow is 150.
Mhm.
And the candlestick and other loot that Sunny put forth,
175.
Stormy put forth, is
Oh, wow.
175.
Okay.
Counting what Dratari gave me, I have 84.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, I had 72. Dratari gave me 12. That's 84. Math. Quick math.
Yeah.
So our spending limit is 250, let's just say. So that means we either get the rod or get a magical bow for Stormy and get the healer's kits.
Stormy, you can shoot a bow?
Stormy has used a short bow several times.
Yeah. I am kind of moving away from using it as much, though, since Stormy's been going into fighter.
Well, I actually, at this point, ask that. At this point in time, I detailed the finances that I have full out in front of the shopkeeper. Like, the shopkeeper now knows at least one of the people standing here has 80 to spend. Did we lose you, Dratari?
You're here. I'm here.
Oh.
I'm just opening up a window.
Okay. So yeah, the shopkeeper now knows at least what one of these 3 is packing. And knows that that person is now saying our spending limit seems to be 250. And the rest of that, I asked out loud in character, like, what is the party's stance on bow plus healer's kits or rod?
Let's get the rod if we can. That sounds cool. I want to know what it is. It also, I'm assuming the rod would likely go to you, Tegan, which would help maybe keep you alive to use those healer's kits, which is always good.
So looking closer
Depending on
at
what
this
the rod
rod,
ends up being.
it's
Okay.
not just like a solid metal stick on one end of it. It's like
okay.
a brand. It's like a branding iron. And whoever's looking at it, make a religion check. Probably,
Okay.
I'd say with advantage.
Tegan.
Dratari, I would not say advantage. Tegan, I definitely would say advantage.
I got a 5 anyway, so
yeah, I think I'll take a look.
no
Maybe.
matter what I got, that
I'm
ain't gonna
probably
work.
without. I'm probably also without advantage.
I mean, I'll do one more, but
7. I'm not
the
helping.
second one was 19. Say Livy.
Yeah, Stormy is thinking this brand looks somewhat familiar. Tegan with a 13, you do recognize this. You've seen it a few times before as the holy symbol of the morning.
Okay.
Sorry, is just full of non-thoughts. Anyways, go ahead.
Well, isn't the saint from the church in Vallaki, wasn't that person a saint of the Morning Lord?
Yes, that was St. Andrel, and the abbey locally is St. Markovia. But both, and also the church in the village of Barovia, all three churches are churches of the morning. Or rather, the Vallaki one was a church of the morning lord. Now you're not so sure.
Yeah. So anyway, on the one hand, I do agree with you, Stormy, that the rod is something that would be most likely quite nice to have. On the other hand, I'm not kidding when I say I'm low on supplies for the healing. And that does not leave us with much left over to get the healing kits, which would be 80 gold for all 8.
You know, I'll go ahead and buy that short bow with my own just gold. So we'll still have that pool of items for party stuff.
Sounds good to me.
Sold.
The highest bidder.
I don't out loud clarify what I'm actually buying. I just say sold.
You're fine.
Quest complete. All hail the bard, rat killer, and rodent bane.
Claro que sí.
You know, I will clarify that I bought the bow. I think Sunny has done enough. Growing up in a merchant city, I think she's seen what can happen when deals aren't properly communicated up front. So I'll put 150 gold on the table.
And at that point, Tegan will actually go shoulder to shoulder with Stormy. Say, how about something like this? could we make a deal, talk you down a bit? The bow, the rod, and say 3 healer's kits for 400.
Make a persuasion check.
And maybe a
Since
faith-
I'm right next to Tegan, like doing this, can I help with that with advantage, possibly?
Yeah, you could use the help action to give Tegan advantage.
Holy shit, nat 20 on the second roll. Total of 26. So thank you very much for the advantage. That like the first roll was decent, the second roll was God.
He blinks at you for a
400,
moment,
I'd do
and
350.
you could kind of see the wheels turning in his head, like he's trying to do some math real quickly. But you
as those
see,
wheels are
like,
turning, I'm going to start laying it on even thicker and say, I mean, these items do you no good sitting on a shelf.
you see that you've distracted him a number of times. It's like he's gotten up to adding a certain point and then lost track and then had to start over. It's like, sure, you first customers in very long time. You have me over barrel, I would give you barrel for free. So yes, 400 gold piece for these items you have selected, and yes, looks like your quiet turtle friend is looking for shield. So this I could throw in for just an extra 15 gold pieces. Say 415 gold pieces out the door. I am happy man. Wife is happy wife. You are happy party. Yes?
Very much so, and thank you.
Sounds good to me.
And those healer kits
Thank
go
you
right.
for stopping by Dragomir's. We don't have sign outside. Do not know how you found, but I'm glad you did.
Burgermaster pointed us this way.
We'll have to
And
thank.
It's like how did you
sure,
find out
we
about us?
I mean, just be
Leave a review on Yelp.
Yelp.
Signless store?
Yelp.
Word of mouth.
No, on your iPhones.
Burgermeister or other.
But that being said, so just make sure we didn't actually get all of the health kits, right?
We did not. We only got 3 out of the 8. But that's still there's 10 charges per kit, so that's 30 uses, which brings me up to 42.
Oh, yeah, that's
still
probably
very
pretty
good.
Yeah.
And hey, they'll be here, hopefully.
Before we
A business
leave,
this fine wouldn't possibly shutter its doors mere
I was
hours
about to
after
make
we.
before we leave, Jotari basically
We just
puts
gave
her
this
head-
place like a bailout. I feel like they were like 30 minutes from closing their doors, and this just paid for like another 5 months of rent.
Oh, sure. But at the same point, Jotari is still like, I'm assuming that she's probably the last one before like exiting the door while everyone else leaves. Just over the shoulder. Are you sure there's nothing that you need from us for maybe more of those healer kits for the future? Maybe not necessarily a bargain of coin, but a bargain of favors.
Scratches his chin for a second. Well, are you carrying any wine, perhaps? Our village has not received delivery in some weeks, and wife and I have not had our fix in some time.
Oh, we
I
came
do at
here
least
with.
have.
Yeah, we came here with them.
Wait.
I do have one bottle of wine on me.
Okay, actually, go for it because we could. They don't know that wine is available yet, so we have the upper hand in this bargain of having very rare wine. Our common wine has become very rare.
You were told by the Mardukov family and possibly also by Dmitry Kreskov that The Martikovs kind of supply the wine to the valley for free for the most part. There's a few paying customers, but even places like the Blue Water Inn, which does charge its customers for their wine, most places are not charged to receive it. So it's a good guess that Krezk receiving a shipment of wine means the villagers all have free access to it.
All right. So
Does he know that
good.
yet, though?
I was going to make that point.
Make an
Like,
insight check.
all right.
I'm gonna insight for how thirsty this guy looks. 18. Wait, natural 18
6.
plus. What am I rolling? Investigation. Insight. Plus 0. So 18.
That's plenty.
Like licking his lips.
I think one of you three did say out loud that, like, oh, the wine is here or something.
I had started to.
You noticed that with kind of a cacophony is a strong word, but three people talking over each other, that he didn't quite pick that out. That he's very eager in wine, and you see that there has been no sense of relief, like he's picked up the fact that yes, the wine is back. That's good news. He didn't quite pick up on that fact.
All right, and then just okay. I'm assuming it's probably my backpack, but just for the factor of cool, more or less like the idea that it's in the whole thing. Just like
do it.
All right, how much would you like for this? How many healer kits can we get for this lad?
Oh, well. Oof.
And it is the one that is not poisoned.
Some time. Use this whole bottle for us. I will give you another healer's kit for this, certainly. We, my wife and I, very much looking forward to the night if this could be ours. It's been some time.
You drive a hard bargain, but deal is a deal. Another healer kit for us, then. Sounds good for us.
Without so much as another word, he snatches that from you and then pushes forward another healer's kit.
Dankeschön. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Welcome, come back anytime. We don't often stock new things, but we welcome to take some of your old items, and occasionally we get some new things in as well. So please do come back. It's been lovely having you in my home.
I'm sure we'll be back soon enough. And thank you for all your temples. And thank you for your vest. And basically, just turns back, gives Tegan the healer's kit because she knows where the hell that's going to be most useful.
We are here. I do kind of want to ask you one question.
Yeah? Or
to the clerk. Now that the business is concluded, I just have a local area information question.
Oh, yes, please.
We were directed to Krezk initially with the intent of visiting the Abbey, and that's still one of the things that we are going to do while we are here. But the burgomaster of your village acted kind of off about the concept of your local abbey, saying that it was odd or something to that effect. And we have had some negative experiences in this valley and with churches. So I was just wondering if you had any thoughts or rumors to share to that effect.
My wife and I do not go up there, nor do, to my knowledge, any of the local residents of Krezk. Most of us who are children of the Morning Lord, our devotions are done in the privacy of our own homes. This, to my knowledge, is still hallowed ground, a holy, sacred place, but the current inhabitants, well, I've never seen them, but I've heard tell that they're quite freakish looking. And we, even down here from up in that high cliff, we hear all manner of strange noise, like screaming and what sounds like animal unhappy. It seems, at least from a distance, to be kind of a madhouse up there.
Freakish looking in what way?
Oh, like I said, I do not know. I've not really seen any of the residents, but I do hear them sometimes. It's strange. It's almost like you can't tell if human or animal is the one who screams, but perhaps both. I don't know. The place. I would not move out of my home. This is safest place in Valley, and I do appreciate my neighbors and do not want to travel outside of these walls ever for fear of wolves and werewolves and other manner of foul beasts.
Werewolf,
But
their castle.
other than that, being so close and under the foot in the shadow of this abbey, it's like being in basement of madhouse. It's uncomfortable neighbors, but we get by. They mostly leave us alone.
Is this
The
is
abbots
this the first
occasionally.
is this the first we've heard in character of there
Hey!
being werewolves?
Wait,
No,
Was this
at the I believe that at the orphanage you have heard of werewolves being in the valley. I don't remember exactly what the context was, but I'm pretty sure at the orphanage, werewolves confirmed.
We also heard about werewolves. I think when we got here, one of the gate guards mentioned werewolves in the forest.
Okay. So,
Also, Stephen, I don't remember, even though it was only like 15 minutes ago, but I'm pretty sure Tegan's persuasion check got you your shield for free.
Oh,
for
nice.
For 15. Was
Ooh.
not
Yeah,
free.
for 15
Neat.
gold pieces.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
And that would
Yeah,
be the
we
good looking one, not the
also
shitty looking one.
we also picked up a magical rod and a magical short bow and healer's kits.
Many more healer's kits.
4 of them.
Thankfully.
So, as Tegan said, 40 charges. Big
Yeah.
boom.
Yeah. I was
awesome.
I was not down to single digits yet, but my ability to heal the party was about to be crippled.
I mean, if nothing else, it's good that we did.
No, healer's kits are badass.
Yes, they are. So anyway.
So as Manu regained consciousness,
Manu suddenly snaps. What?
yeah. Oh
It's
shit!
just been like blank-eyed this whole time.
Yeah.
I've been zoning out thinking about dream pastries.
That actually
In the
makes a
middle
lot of
of
sense.
Just been in the middle of a purple haze, so to speak.
So, that was all.
He's got
Thank you.
the little kid pie shakes.
So,
'Cause-
thank you for the information and the service. And if we are in the area with funds, we may revisit.
I would most pleased with your visit today and would be most glad of another.
Does a kind of half bow, head nod thing.
And
And
Harry responds just like the arm under the stomach just bows and continues on. Because at this point, we have a staff, we have a bow, we have a 4 charges, right?
Yep, rod, not staff, but yes.
Right. Okay.
But yes. So after we get out of the shop, Tegan will turn towards
again.
Yeah. Tegan will turn towards Dratari because Tegan was almost out of the shop when Dratari made that question that led to the further exchange. Tegan will actually kind of do the hand on the shoulder. That was a good ask. That was a good job for continuing the deals being made.
Full beam, just like room charges kind of thing.
So,
Okay, Sean.
the Tegan points to Stormy's bow. That and this, holding up the rod, are clearly some kind of magical, as were the other 2 weapons that we inquired about. Or not weapons, items. The whip and the censer were both also magical.
Hopefully, we can gain these before we leave.
Sensor, you say?
Yep.
Oh yeah, it's the totally
Sensor.
not.
This is America.
It's totally not a bong the Catholics use. You know how I mean. I can say that I'm Catholic.
It's pretty expensive for. I mean, like it's probably it's the correct price, but it's a lot for something that is.
Oh sure.
Very flavorful.
Yeah, Manu would have overheard that Dratari through Divine Sense and Tegan with Detect Magic noticed that 4 items were of note and they picked up 2 of them. The other 2 were the sensor and what was the other one? The whip.
But sorry, do any of us look like Simon Belmont here?
But Manu, if you wanted to grab either of those before you exited the shop, the whip would have been 200 gold pieces, and the sensor would have been 100 gold pieces. I'll say the sensor with because of Tegan's good persuasion check, the sensor I will talk down to 75, and the whip I will talk down to 150.
I'll buy the sensor.
Yeah, 75 gold pieces if you've got. You're not entirely sure what it does yet, but you are told that it's both magical and divine in nature.
Hell yeah.
Hmm.
And then at that point, Jotari turns to Tegan, saying, "So, was there anything left over for me or no?"
Yes, actually, and we'll pass Dratari back 4 of the gold.
All right, sounds good. All right. So, over to the monastery, or do we have to do something here first?
Did you guys talk to the burgomaster at all, or just go shopping?
We did not continue the conversation with the burgomaster. I thought that was concluded at the end of last.
Well, we can still ask him about the Amber Temple, but I think he'll be more open to discussing that if we take care of whatever kind of fuckery's going on up in the Abbey.
That and he invited us back to his place for dinner, and I figure that would be a better time to catch him relaxed.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he said dinner, but he was welcoming you to stay the night for at least a couple nights.
We'll be expecting dinner.
Actually, what
but
time is it now then? After
Like-
all the
like mid-afternoon, I thought.
It's early afternoon.
all right.
Yeah, we still got time to mess around. So up on to the Abbey.
Do we want to explore the Abbey beforehand, or do we want to spend that as another day?
I think it would be better if we concluded all our business in this town today so that we could get along with moving around this valley, get our other business done.
Fair enough.
I mostly do say that because
Abbey time.
we don't know how long the invitation to the Argenvastholt may or may not expire, or what the exact deal with that might stand as being. And we don't know how long Ricky, our other party mate that you never met, Dratari, where exactly he went, though we have very educated guesses, and how long people like, say, Irina Kolyanovich may or may not be safe. How long we have to try to rescue her, if we even do. It just seems better to take less time. The other side of that is we just got a couple of items that we know are magical, and it would take an hour to sit down and figure out what they do.
So I guess in that case, the best course of action is just finding an inn and just looking through what we have.
We know there is no inn in this village.
Oh, I missed that. Okay.
That's part of why the burgomaster was willing to let us stay in his apparently newly spare bedroom, and we'll probably get an earful about the story about that.
I guess in that case, unless if anyone has anything to say against it, let's just further on to the Burgermeister.
I was thinking more just like taking a break on the switchbacks up to the Abbey to figure out what our new loot is.
Yeah, just kind of pick a spot and take the time to attune.
Yep.
Specifically, the second switchback that we can see in the
Time.
Yes.
Yeah. That way, if something bad does happen at the Abbey, we know what our stuff does, and we know how to use it in that circumstance and situation. I rather hope we don't need that information, but I would rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it.
In that case, while you all are going through your weaponry, I will go through my great axe that I just got through the one that we got back on the last.
Yeah, at the Vinter Splinter yesterday.
Yeah, the Winter Splinter one. Yeah.
Okay,
So
we
y'all
all
are talking as you're making your way north towards the switchbacks.
Mm-hmm.
Up to the monsters.
You're noticing that these homes are not kind of packed right up next to each other. They've got a good amount of elbow room in between each home, and there's a lot of trees. This is basically a small forested village. inside, where it's small cabins kind of in little clearings in the woods. And then as you're passing each house, you are seeing some livestock, some goats, some pigs, and it also seems like there's no central cemetery. It seems like every home here has a family plot adjacent to it. But it's very cold here. There is a light scattering of snow. It is snowing mildly. And as you're walking north, getting even closer to the switchbacks, you kind of make your way to an area, and even under gray skies, there is a pool at the north end of the village that shimmers and sparkles. Near its shore sits an old gazebo on the verge of collapse. There is a wooden statue of a mournful, bare-chested man, and its paint is chipped and faded. And it stands in the gazebo with arms outstretched, as though waiting to be embraced.
This is not honest, but my
Thumbs wide
was to say
open.
I sneak up on the gazebo.
I shoot an arrow at the gazebo on the hill.
Thank you.
Dratari is going closer to the gazebo.
Okay, let's just leave it at that.
We were making fun of one of the classic D&D stories of Eric the Red versus the gazebo.
Yeah, thank you.
The player of the paladin had no idea what a gazebo is, and thought it was a monster that he was looking at. So started like, I fire an arrow into the gazebo. How does the gazebo react? And the DM, not understanding that the player did not know what a gazebo was, it's like, no, it doesn't react. It's a gazebo. And the person eventually just fully Leroy Jenkins charges the freaking gazebo and starts hacking at it because the players did. It's a funny story.
That reminds me, I would like to cast Detect Gazebo. I just want to make sure that we're safe here.
Of course, I love one of the classic responses to that story was a person listing out mimics, ropers, cloakers, all the different monsters that disguise themselves as other objects. And it's like, and you think the person attacking the inanimate object is the crazy one?
That being said, as soon as I go up to the gazebo with the statue in the middle, I also do cast Divine Sense just to make sure.
How many of those do you have left, given that we're probably walking into a corrupted abbey?
I have one left.
Okay. That's good. I
would not make that my last one. But no, jokes aside, with everything going on, Jatari does go up to the gazebo with a statue in it, and not actually sneaking around or anything, but just full on, she has her hand on her sword, ready to go, but also looks at everything going on with Divine Sense.
Yeah. You see this wooden statue. It looks to be perhaps a holy figure. With your religion check from earlier, you're not sure necessarily who, but they have kind of that look. The gazebo looks so frail that it probably wouldn't take much more than a strong wind to knock it over. The arms of the statue are positioned so that he is reaching towards the east. And you are detecting a divine sense from the pool itself.
From the what from itself?
From the
From the
pool. Next to the
Oh.
gazebo, there's kind of a small pond.
Okay, I missed that there was a pool.
Yeah, you said the water was like sparkling.
Mm-hmm.
I denote to the rest of the party just saying, so I don't know what it means, but it seems that the water here is divine in and of itself. I don't know what that means, especially for some. But
That's interesting. I mean, the burgomaster did tell us that it was said to be mystical, magical, but I'll be honest, I didn't believe him. Um,
if I think him, but in that case, Jatari at least puts a finger into the pool to see what happens. If it's just like Pinky in.
Okay. As you do, you hear a voice that sounds remarkably like Strahd's, but make a perception check.
should that
All
be
right.
all of us?
No, it would only be me.
Dratari
'Cause I'm in-
definitely, and anybody who's kind of crowded up, like immediately behind her.
To be fair, I was going to refill my water skin from it until Dratari said that. So
Oh, what
what
check?
check did you say?
Perception.
10.
Yeah, it sounds like Strahd's voice to you.
I
That
got a
says. You got a what now?
21 because I was gonna, if nothing happened to him, I was gonna taste it.
Okay. Yeah. To Dratari, this just sounds like Strahd's voice. You heard it 1 or 2 days ago. And then also a few days before that, he was who gave you a ride from this side of the valley to Valaki. So to you, Dratari, this sounds like Strahd's voice. To you, Manu, this there is a sense of malevolence and sadism and kind of arrogance and a condescension to the way in which Strahd talks. The tone and timbre of this voice sounds a lot like Strahd's, but it seems kinder and warmer. And Dratari, as you poke your finger into the water, and I don't remember if it was Tegan or Manu saying that they were going to come up with their water skin, you three do hear a voice that sounds very similar to Strahd's, calling out, Tatiana? Tatiana? There's kind of a muffled quality about the voice.
And immediately afterwards, Jatari basically just like almost backwards crab walks away from the water source and just yells Strahd kind of thing. Actually, I don't even know if she knows Strahd's name, but still though, just like
yeah, you have personally dealt with Strahd already. You were with us when Strahd took her.
I know
So
what happened. I just don't know if I know the name Strahd.
You, two of your party
Dratari.
members have the name Strahd emblazoned boldly across them.
yeah,
No, I meant that
exactly. Like on the road on the way here, the person directly asked us whether we were in league with Strahd, and that's when Stormy and Tegan stood up with our coats.
Yeah, let's
So-
just go.
Yeah, you know the name.
Let's just go with that then. Just like Strahd was calling there. She was asking for the name that you just said right there.
Yeah, Dratari pulling her finger out of the water and kind of stepping back, maybe a little bit of dirt on the banks being kicked in and disturbing the surface. Kind of sends some waves of ripples around the surface of the water as you're frantically scrambling to back up. I think it's possibly Tegan and or Manu that is cautiously approaching to look at this source of this voice calling out. And you see as the waves, kind of the ripples are settling to not obscure so much. Out of the darkness, you see a face, fairly pale skin, but not quite as pale as what you would expect from Strahd von Zarovich. But otherwise, the same widow's peak, the kind of a very similar facial shape and jawline and cheekbones, that sort of thing. But there's a quality about the eyes that seem much more kind, and there is a deep sadness there too. Once again, there is a call out. Kind of, you see this face looking, trying to look around you, and he says, Tatiana?
She's been taken, at the very least temporarily, by the current lord of this land. Because that's what Strahd called Miss Kolyana Kolyanovich, correct?
Yeah.
Irina?
I was going to say, does she also look like Irina?
That's what Strahd said, is that they look alike.
No, I understand that, but to Paul, though, does she actually look like Irina?
I mean, you could ask this figure. There's not another person besides the four of you and this figure that's in the water. So there's not. Irina is not with you, and y'all have never met anybody named Tatiana. So
I guess
I'm not sure
I'm in
who you're asking. If
Like the person we're looking at, do they look like
the person
does
you're
she-
looking at looks like Strahd.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, he looks like Strahd, but there's like a sort of kindness to the eyes, something soft to him. Like he doesn't. I guess he doesn't seem like evil at this point.
Yep. I have a guess as to what this is, though I probably am wrong. But I'm actually going to outright ask what my guess is in character here. So, are you that Lord of the Land's cast-off soul from before he became a vampire?
And at the same time, Jatari's just going to say, she's going to be simple about this. As soon as she tries to crab walk away, then goes slowly to it, going Tatiana. Is questioning me.
He looks at you all confused, and he seems to be completely disregarding your question, Tegan, and not even really hearing your question, Dratari. And he says, Tatiana, is she not with you? I've seen your faces before. You were protecting Tatiana. Where is she?
She got taken by the Lord of the Land. Tegan just repeats herself.
If it was possible to see tears streaming down the face of a face that was full, that is what you start to see.
Who are you?
I'm Sergei von Zarovich. I don't know long how I have been here, but occasionally I can see more than what is immediately above the pool. Sometimes I see my love. I see Tatiana. She is always running, always afraid.
Yeah, that's accurate.
You always
I was
looking.
hoping she would be with you so I could take her home.
If you're always looking, how long do you mean?
I have no idea how long I have been here.
So
I think
just
I died. I think I was killed by my brother.
Brother.
I
Who is your
don't
brother?
know. I feel like there was a long period where time had passed, but I had no consciousness. But I don't necessarily remember dying. But I think my brother killed me. And my first memory after that was looking out from these waters. I'm not entirely sure where I am, but after some time again, every once in a while, I get glimpses of Tatiana. I cannot hear, but I can see what is immediately around her, and I have no control over when I can and when I can't see. It seems like when she is in danger or having a particularly strong emotion, uh, I am shown uh, her surroundings. I
oh,
have seen your faces before.
I have to ask then, if we were able to get her back, you say that you could take her away to a home. Does that mean that you could have keep safe? Or you mean that she would join you in this semi-dead state? And if she did join you in that dead state, would her supposed cycle of reincarnation then be stopped?
I how
That
can I
question,
say this?
that question, that time when you ask a question and it's just very obvious that you caught the DM completely off guard.
No, it is just that Tatiana. I don't know how this is so because it seems like much time has passed, but Tatiana has always looked the same to me. But
Count Strahd says that she's
always it
being
is
reincarnated.
reincarnated. I'm not so sure how you mean.
Reincarnation refers to when the previous vessel of her dies, another one is born. That's what
He looks a
Strahd.
little bit confused at that.
That's what Strahd said. One of the times that we encountered him. I think the first time we encountered him.
That the soul endures despite the death. That she inhabits in your body and it grows up in lieu of a metavet.
He seems
She
confused for another moment, and then something seems to click in his mind. Something that seems to make him very sad. And he says, "I see. Uh, I guess it was only for a time that I was truly seeing Tatiana. Oh, this is far more grave than I imagined. My
That
love
depends.
has not experienced one lifetime of torture, but many.
and in that
The
regard,
the the
are you.
counterpoint to that, though, the counterpoint is it means you have a very ongoing possibility and potential to save her. you'll never have completely failed her. You'll never have completely lost her, because there's always another chance as long as this continues.
Problem with that is never truly lost her, sure, but the torture that she endures, the agony, the unwanted pursuits, the being a creature of prey for my evil brother. This is no life. I need to take my love away from these lands.
Hold up.
She needs to come with me.
Oh, ein Moment, bitte. So, hang on. You're saying that your evil brother is dead?
Yes, I am Sergei von Zarevich, younger brother to Strahd von Zarevich.
That shit?
And
Okay.
and Irina was your girlfriend?
Tatiana.
Tatiana was
Tatiana. I'm sorry.
my bride to be. We were it. It was to be our day of marriage. As I remember, Strahd killed me before the ceremony was complete.
And I'm sorry to bring up the moment, but when was that? Do you know?
I know that it was the day of my wedding, but as far as how long ago, I seem to have underestimated the time I have been in this pool. I thought Tatiana was still alive. Now I am knowing that she has died and her soul has been reborn. I do not know how many iterations of Tatiana I have seen while I was in this pool.
Unfortunately, probably many, but that's beside the point.
So you
Uh,
didn't answer the important question, though. You are saying that if we managed to get her back and we brought her here, you could keep her safe.
I could remove her from these lands entirely. I believe it is strange because this is nothing I quite understand, but I do vaguely remember that there was somewhere else before here. I believe I was with the Morning Lord himself.
Death.
That I'm connected via Wi-Fi, and yeah, sorry about that. It looks like we are back now.
Okay. Did you hear what I blurted?
I did not. You froze.
Okay, right when he was like, I was somewhere, I was with the Morning Lord, Tegan actually managed. That's called death.
Okay. I'm on a red bar. It looks like. Oh no, you're not frozen. Okay. Almost heard what you said. Sorry. Something about you said that's called death.
Yep.
Yes. But I believe we spoke. I do not remember It feels so long ago. I believe I have the ability to bring Irina's, as you say, not Tatiana, her soul with me back to the chambers of the Morning Lord.
Okay then.
Certainly something for us to discuss as one possibility of how to handle this situation. Thank
Indeed.
you for that information, sir, and we'll see what we can do. That said, and Tegan is still holding her water skin. We were told this was where people from the village often got some of their water.
Yes,
Or
I do not usually appear to them.
that was part of what was confusing me. Thank you.
Wait, why do you not usually appear to them?
Well, I have not seen any of their faces or heard any of their voices spending time in a positive way with the love of my life. Your faces and your voices I have seen, I have heard.
Full shrugs. Seems legit to me.
Yeah.
But yes, the water from this pool is. I mean, I do not drink. I don't even think this body is quite corporeal. But yes, these waters have a touch of the divine in them.
Do you mean, and excuse me for asking, but you do mean divine as in not of Strahd, yes? It's a very weird question to ask, but actually, you know what? Let's just skip to the chase. And then Dratari just at least takes a little bit of the. It basically just takes a gulp of water just to see what happens.
You glitching a bit. You said you were taking a sip to see what happens.
It's just one of those things where she was about to ask her the pool of water just to make sure what would happen, and just says, "You know what? It's going to be a lot faster and easier just to say, let's just take a skin of water and then just do at least one gulp, see what happens, see what occurs."
Make a. No, I'm just kidding. You gain the advantage of a Luster Restoration spell. So, if you have a disease or condition affecting you, such as blinded, deafened, paralyzed, poisoned, that will be removed.
Okay. And then turns to the rest of the party to the idea of, hey, you know, this is very tasty. Full grin, full, like, almost cartoonish grin. Like, hey, you know, this
Yeah,
is very...
it is crisp mountain spring water.
Exactly.
Now I'm just stuck thinking about the old Lipton commercials. That's brisk, baby. Anyway, yeah, Tegan's done talking to Mr. Ghostman because she's not sure exactly how much of all that to trust. Plus,
Which
she's
is why at that point I just went full through it.
plus she's pretty sure that this quest basically amounts to save her by sacrificing her here type deal.
And just to make sure, I'm writing this now in my inventory, but what did that do to me?
Lesser restoration spell. Creatures who drink from the pool for the first time gain the benefit of a lesser restoration spell. So you drank from it this time. The next time you drink from it, if it's an hour from now or a week from now, it's not going to work again. But it still will be probably the best water, the cleanest and best tasting water you're going to get in the valley.
Okay.
Fair enough. And yeah, basically, Jatari just like, honestly, I don't know if this is curse father or what, but I would recommend a raft.
Yeah, given the fact that Dratari wasn't suffering from any such conditions at the time, and none of us are running Identify, would we, how do I put this? Would we even know any of that?
Honestly, Barmy,
Interesting question. I feel like immersion wise, probably not. If Dratari doesn't notice anything, but game mechanics wise, I feel like it's kind of annoying for you to not know. I feel like Dratari could say something like, "Ooh, I feel completely restored, and I had nothing to be restored from," or something like that. You could get the hint.
Can I ask?
Honestly,
can I ask Stephen II? When people were getting drunk at the winery, okay, when we spent the night there, and some people woke up with hangovers, were you one of the people that had a hangover?
Did I? I don't even remember, to be honest.
Like, did you even drink that night?
Okay, when we say the second night, are we referring to? Which should I don't. Okay, let's put it this way.
Let me rephrase this: the morning that we woke up and de-poisoned the wine.
Okay, let's put it this way. I don't think Jatari really cares about being complete. She doesn't really get as like hangovery.
Okay, because I know I cast Lesser Restoration on some people to try and get rid of their hangovers.
Gotcha. Okay.
So at the very least,
Do
you would
paladins
have.
get hangovers with their immunity to disease, or what?
It-
What is it? Is it poison or disease?
I think alcohol poisoning is a disease. Alcoholism might be. But yeah.
Let's put it this way. I'm pretty sure Jatari is trying to get drunk as fuck to get over the possible genocide of her own town. Let's just say as that, as far as you all are known.
So.
And in regards to that, she's trying to get.
That's quite
drunk.
though. Let's just say.
Yeah.
Thank you. But yeah.
Spoiler, second
it's,
act
it's
twist.
one of those. It's just one of those things, like your whole town was genocided. Whatever.
Well,
yeah. Anyway,
I don't know what you want to call like being the fact that you might have been involved with putting your whole town to the torch, if you know what I mean.
Oy, oy, oy.
So
I mean, it's like what I said last time.
Fire starter.
So
it basically accidentally like completely inflaming your town.
Yeah,
So
the point
Jatari
being
is the prodigy.
So, yeah, the point being, though, is that you probably have been exposed to Tegan casting that spell on you before.
Probably.
So, and that was kind of the point I was trying to get to as far as how well you would recognize the effect in order to talk about it.
Okay.
So, anyway.
Let's put it this way.
Dratari can share the information so the rest of the party realizes that maybe you don't know that the second, third, and subsequent times won't do it, but at the very least, you have heard that Dratari's first sip gave a lesser restoration.
Yeah, exactly.
Neat.
I'll go ahead and fill up a water skin with some of that water.
Same.
I'm actually
Me too.
Considering. You know what? No, there we go. Dari looks at her bottle of wine of poison and completely empties it just to refill of the water of the spring.
Do you empty it right next? Are you emptying it like into the pool or
No.
near enough to?
At least, let's put it this way: she's smart enough to realize, okay, let's not actually pour it into the pool, but let's at least pour it a little bit away from the pool to say then, okay, at least that's not close enough so that I can then have a bottle full of restoration magic. And
Yeah,
hey,
you can go ahead and do that and add it to your inventory. It also seems like even if you had poured directly into the water, that these waters defy corruption.
fair enough.
So, I, for one, vote that we go ahead and take our short rest at the gazebo, since we're already here and it's right there.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I mean, that works for me.
Honk shoe, honk shoe.
It is also, I mean, you don't 2 hours.
Oh, nice.
So, unless there was something somebody
you-
wanted to address real quick.
You froze up, so we didn't get any of what you just said.
Oh, sorry. I was just asking if this is a good spot to take a break and if we wanted to 15 minutes after start of the next hour. Did I freeze again? Because y'all froze again while I was talking.
You did, but I got all the info.
Yeah, but I understand.
Yeah.
We'll start.
Yeah.
We'll start 15 minutes after the top of the hour.
Yep.
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right. See
y'all
y'all
in
in 17 minutes. Bye.
Sounds like a plan. Hello, hello. There you go. Can't hear what you said there.
Huh? Oh, I was probably just thinking out loud, mumbling to myself.
No worries.
I didn't realize A, that my mic was live, or B, that anyone was there to listen.
You're fine. I'm just hanging out.
little exception, kind of already like how everything is set up, my new layout. I feel like my last desk, it's like every single in between sessions, I'd scooch stuff around a little bit or a lot of it, and none of it ever felt like I had enough room and I had things close enough to me. I was anticipating this to be a lot better, but also still kind of suck in ways. And so far, there hasn't been something that's been too out of reach or awkward to look at. Or I think my next thing, and I'm probably actually going to have to spend money on this, is either getting a very long coaxial cable so I could put the router in my room and then connect the Ethernet cable, the short one that came with our router, to my actual PC. So like my laptop gets pretty good reception, Wi-Fi reception in my room, but my PC, it's spotty sometimes. That's why I glitched out for y'all. You couldn't hear me for a bit, and also when that happens, the VOD recording can't hear you or me or anyone or anything, which kind of sucks. So yeah, I'm gonna have to get a long internet cable, either a coax to put the router in here or a long Ethernet to stretch from the living room into here.
It might be easier to do Ethernet.
My main other thing is because I also want to get a UPS system. If you're not familiar, that stands for uninterruptible power supply. It's basically like a surge protector, but it also has a big battery pack in it. So if you lose power, which we do a lot in Olympia generally, because none of the power lines are underground and there's a lot of wooded areas. And so every time there's a little bit of weather, we have a power outage. Luckily, knock on wood, this is probably fake wood, but we haven't had a power outage in the middle of a game ever, which would suck. If that
Olympia,
happened.
are you up in Washington then?
Yes, correct.
Oh shit, I didn't realize.
Mhm.
I thought you were
Yeah,
closer to
I'm
Skyline.
from San Diego. But I've
Okay.
been living. I moved up to Olympia in 2016, so I've been up here for a while.
Cool. Honestly, other than Brooke, I don't know where everyone else is.
Well,
Yeah, I'm not sure where in Texas, but that's where Steven is.
Wait, Steven's Texas?
I'm down way near the bottom.
Ah, okay.
Oh wait, hold on. Wrong headphones.
You're in the Mexico side.
I'm pretty close.
Yo.
One thing, I'll be right back.
I'm right in the middle of Illinois, but right now my best friend is out visiting in Eugene, actually, Oregon.
Okay. I didn't know where Eugene was.
Yep. He's out all y'all's way. Well, except Steven, who's
How dare.
our
How dare
family
Steve.
it's around Eugene, Oregon.
Really? Oh, cool.
Right. But they're like outside. Yeah.
I don't actually know where Soul actually lives, if it's in the town or city, I guess, or just near it or what. But my best friend Ricky is out visiting her, so
cool.
It's not too far from us. We're a lot closer to Portland, but yeah, Eugene's not too far.
And as I'm sure Paul, I know I've mentioned it to Paul before, but I've been out in Portland and Astoria and the like, out there visiting people and going on vacations and whatnot before. And I would actually really like to move out that way, but it just has never managed to happen.
To Oregon
And
in
I
general.
was thinking
Or
Portland,
in
but
Washington.
I'm sorry. I started talking and I didn't hear Steven at all.
Hi there. I was just making a note of like moving out to Washington or Oregon.
Yeah, my partner and I are thinking about moving to Portland at some point. Probably not for at least 1 or 2 years from now. But yeah, we're both a little bit sick of Olympia. Chris is from Wisconsin.
Okay.
My only concern with the idea of moving to Portland anymore is it's such a battleground city, and I would so want to join in, and I am not a de-escalation person at all.
Mhm.
And on the same note, though, to Paul and Brooke, new to San Diego. Got friends there.
It's so expensive. If I was able to inherit a house that, because of inheritance gave me like very low property tax, I could probably afford it. But I am disabled and I am not currently on disability. I'm still fighting for it. I've been fighting for it since 2017. And even with once I would get on disability, that is not enough for rent
No, it's
at
not.
all.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this is I don't like to talk about it because it's terribly privileged of me. But my dad does own a home in San Diego that was my grandma's home that she bought in like the 20s or something. So if I were to inherit that house, my property tax for a whole year would only be like $700 or $800 or something like that. But I have an uncle who is inheriting half of that estate, or 40% of that estate, and a sister who is inheriting 10% of that estate, and I'm getting 40% of that estate. If there was a magical way for me to get $400,000 to pay off my uncle and sister, and I could get into that house, that would be a fucking dream come true. But like, $400,000 is 100,000 times more than I could pull together.
I mean, you're talking about. I'm an only child with my folks that have a house in San Diego. Let's just leave it at that and continue on.
Yeah, me and Marcella are trying to look at houses. Me and Marcella are trying to look at houses, but it's like,
Yeah.
it's so hard, man.
And it's
San
like, if you
Diego
do
is-
anything, find anything remotely affordable, it's like in Santee or La Mesa or Oceanside, or actually Oceanside's expensive, even though it
Yeah.
sucks. But it's in a neighborhood you don't want to live in.
And
I mean,
you
back in the
also
day-
you also can't buy the house because by the time it's listed, there are 500 bot investors who have already reached out to the house and will pay 20% over asking.
Yep. And honestly, it's one of those rare moments where I'm getting most of the calls for my own bloody fucking house. Sorry, for my own bloody house. We're asking like, hey, can we also do what you just said? Like,
Mhm.
no, screw you. I like this house very much. Thank you very much.
Children of late stage capitalism.
But yeah, if San Diego wasn't so damn expensive, I do miss a lot of things about living there.
Yeah.
The winter here is really tough. I thought because winter in San Diego was basically my favorite season. I liked winter in San Diego more than spring, summer, or fall.
Oh dear.
But
Yeah.
I thought because winter in San Diego was so like my perfect ideal, I thought moving this far north would be great. And seasonal depression is so fucking real, y'all.
Mhm.
It is. It
Yeah.
is a lot. It's not like Alaska bad, but it's tough. Like winter time, just getting like 6 or less hours of light, more like 4 hours of light. Sunsets at like 4:30 p.m.
Jesus.
It's rough.
Yeah, no. One of my friends' partners have to. Long story short, yeah, she feels your pain there. It's she does get seasonal depression, so yeah. It's Sanjay's partner,
That
but
makes sense.
yeah, someone that doesn't get seasonal depression. It's one of
I've
those things where I
I've
definitely
gotten it.
understand where you're coming from, but yeah, it's one of those things I definitely have to hear from other people saying how much that sucks.
I get more of that seasonless depression.
Either way,
Yeah,
yeah,
on
I
that,
feel. I'm sorry for your pain.
I getting by okay. But on that depressing note, shall we continue with this dour and dark and haunting adventure?
Yes, it
So
helps
enough
us get
about
into the mood.
so enough about America. Let's go back to our fantasy game.
Yeah.
So yeah, y'all gain the benefit. I think you were taking a short rest at the gazebo there, and
Oh yeah.
shortly off to the west of there, you could see the switchbacks that are ascending the cliffs.
Part of the point of the short rest was to attune to and figure out what the items
Oh yeah,
were.
yeah, you're right.
Yeah, who's trying to attune to what?
Me.
I am trying to attune to the sensor, and I'd also, before we do that, I want to. Could I make a religion check to see about the statue, just to see who it is?
Yeah, go ahead and make a religion check.
It's
I'm
a
hesitant to say.
22.
Okay, good. I was hesitant to say possibly with disadvantage, but I think yeah, with a 22, you trying to imagine probably at the Church of Saint Andrel when you were investigating some of the back rooms. You saw a painting with a title under its frame. Says Our Holiest Morning Lord. And this statue looks like the Morning Lord.
Okay. Does the Morning Lord have a name, or is it just the Morning Lord?
As far as you know, it's just the Morning Lord.
Okay.
So should we all do religion checks against? At the very least, it seems like every one of us have a weapon to check against.
Uh,
Well,
well,
there's
I
four
think
of us and 3 items.
Stormy was the first person to say me, and that was the short bow.
Me. Yes, short bow for me.
This magic bow was crafted for hunting, and it says staking, but I think that's a typo. I think it's supposed to be hunting and stalking elusive prey.
No, I'm
After
pretty sure it said
drawing,
staking.
uh,
That seems like a very useful typo. I'll take it.
After drawing an arrow into the bow, one simply has to whisper "follow" in Elven, and the next arrow that strikes true marks the target. For the next 24 hours, the bow will always point towards the target when laid on the ground, and otherwise that weapon is treated as a +1 magic short bow.
Can you send me the description of the magic?
Yes.
Thank you.
It is
Actually,
called the Short Bow of the Hound. And I'm finding you, Sprout.
The hound.
Control V.
The hound.
on top of
Ooh,
that,
+1. Hell
I know that
yeah.
we already
That's
described that
baller.
earlier, but do you mind sending the full description of the Great Axe that I got earlier? The one that was supposed to be
It was
very
a
good
great
against
axe,
vegetation.
but
Oh,
I don't think it was
okay.
a great axe, but it was an axe. I could find that. Give me a bit, because I think it was Manu next that wanted to look at the sensor. It
No
is
worries.
titled The Censer of the Faithful. This swinging censer provides divine protection to anybody who breathes in its fumes. After lighting incense and standing near within 10 feet of the censer for 1 minute, all creatures gain +1d4 on all skill checks for the next hour. Every time this item is used, it consumes incense, which can be purchased from churches or other stores for 5 gold pieces. So yeah, you can get incense for this, 5 gold pieces for a charge, and it'll give everyone within 10 feet of it D4 on all skill checks. And I will
Cool.
copy paste this to you, Stephen.
Thank you.
So was it the rod, or what was Tegan looking at?
I think that
Um,
must have been Strahd because. Go ahead.
I was wondering if I should actually hand the rod to Dratari first.
Oh, okay.
Just because it is like, yes, I'm a level 1 cleric, but Dratari's a full paladin. And it's all kinds of holy. Well, at least it's marked as such.
I
Yeah,
mean,
Dratari, you're holding this broad, somewhat of a branding iron. It is titled the Brand of Repentance. This branding iron, ending in the holy symbol of the Morning Lord, was once used to torture suspected werewolves, witches, and vampires into submitting to their guilt. By yelling the word repent, the end of the brand will turn white hot. The weapon can be pressed against a foe for 1d6 fire damage, branding them with the holy mark. The creature scarred with a mark has the effect of a zone of truth spell on them. And otherwise, that weapon is otherwise treated as a +1 magic quarterstaff.
it was something that we use seldomly within our church to speak of. It was something that we would rather not use, but it would cause folks to speak the truth to our people. I would use it rather seldomly to everyone else, but it is effective if I do not like to use it myself.
And I'm sorry, was to my memory, and I just forgot a fourth item you were checking out, or was it just those 3?
Oh, literally,
That-
the other one was just the same great axe that we had.
Right. I'll look
And,
that up.
and since if I'm not identifying anything in this rest, and we still haven't done anything today, at least not anything I would get back on a short rest, I'm instead just going to spam the mending cantrip on the dilapidated gazebo a few times in order to try and do some minor repairs just because I can.
Make sure that the gazebo isn't about to attack us. Yes.
Yeah, yes.
And I'm copy pasting the axe stuff and sending also to Chops.
Mashinaki. Yeah, because I think I put in just a great.
It looks like it's a magical axe, not a +1.
Okay.
that does an extra 1d8 slashing damage to any plants or plant creatures. And if a creature that is of not good alignment uses the axe, its handle sprouts out thorns, and then the thorns prick the wielder for 1 piercing damage after the attack is made.
So it's of a not good alliance. So it's better for us to give it to someone else then. Or did I mishear you?
You are good,
If you're
therefore
good
you are the
or
only person
neutral,
in the party.
Okay. Yeah, I misheard you then.
Yeah.
Alright, yeah.
You are good, therefore you are the only person who can use it without it biting you.
Okay,
Yeah.
I misheard you then. For some reason I heard you say if anyone was of a not good alignment, then you would get hit. But
that
uh,
is
yeah,
that is
basically
correct.
neutral or evil wielders of the weapon can hold it just fine, but if they make an attack with it, it's going to put spikes into their hands.
okay, cool. All right.
Did I say neutral or good? I meant neutral or evil.
You said it correctly, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I just misheard. We're all good. So, yeah, after everyone is good with whatever goodie that they were able to buy, so or like understand what it was. Although that being said, it wouldn't be a bad idea at this point then to maybe go back and try to get that whip. Yeah, as slight as it might be, but we'll figure that later.
Money is the issue there.
Indeed.
It wasn't that we didn't want that item, it's just that we wanted everything else more than we wanted it.
No. I'm not saying. I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, okay. So,
So, on the way to the monastery after.
Yes.
You get on the road leading up to the monastery, and the switchback road that hugs the cliffs is 10 feet wide and covered in loose gravel and chunks of broken rock. The ascent is slow and somewhat treacherous, and the air grows colder as one nears the top. The road from the village climbs above the mist to a wide ledge on which the abbey is perched. A light dusting of snow covers the tree and the trees in the rocky earth. The gravel road passes between 2 small stone outbuildings, to either side of which stretches a 5-foot-high, 3-foot-thick wall of jumbled stones held together with mortar. Blocking the road are iron gates attached to the outbuildings by rusty hinges. They appear to be unlocked. Viewed through the gates, the stone abbey stands quiet. Its 2 wings are joined by a 15-foot-high curtain wall. A belfry protrudes from the rooftop of the closer north wing, which also sports a chimney billowing gray smoke.
Uh, Hello, my God-fearing members. She loudly announces to the rest of the group, to the churches. We are here to devoutly condone ourselves to the way of the way of your church. Just like kind of giving a bow to them as to the stone gate as well. Just like hoping to hopefully have the gate open for them, and trying to be like as subservient as she could be. Just like hail to the exalted one. We would like to hopefully come into your presence, kind of thing. Also, it seems like a shit ton of. This is fucking California. Why are we having so many fireworks going off?
We've been hearing a lot over here too, especially since we're like close to downtown and stuff, and also the park.
Fair enough. Anyways, yeah, just Hail Exalted One. Hope we would like to humbly, hopefully, attain your abode to attain exaltance. If you would humbly please. And just like a low bow, as she could. And just hoping for the best.
You can take that back if you want to, but to reiterate, you've kind of walked up to the top of these cliffs. There's a bit of a gravel road that turns to your left, and then you're faced with two stone kind of outbuildings, and there is a very rusty looking gate. It doesn't look like it has a lock on it or anything, but past the gate between the two buildings, there's nobody that you're really seeing. It just looks like, courtyard grounds and building that looks, like a monastery. It's not overly worn down. It seems like upkeep has been, underwent, but it's not terribly well upkept.
Jajari still
You are
does.
hearing some freakish sounding noises from within, but yeah, you're not seeing anybody too great.
Can,
Jajari
I,
still does. Oh.
can I, with my hyper hearing, tell anything about those sounds?
Yeah, from further off and much louder, they sound like wounded animals almost, but there is also kind of a human quality to them as well. You're also getting something else that doesn't sound like such a agonizing animalistic scream. It's more of a snore that I don't know if was it Tanir was the name of your hometown.
Mm-hmm.
If they with your livestock and rural animals, if donkeys were a regular sight to see, but it sounds kind of like a donkey snoring.
I imagine there would be donkeys around the town as
Ass blasting.
as
Donkey snoring.
because they because they make good.
Animals.
Trying to think of the term. They make good draft animals for smaller farms, but I don't think Tegan herself would have dealt with them enough to know what one sounds like while snoring.
And since you mentioned it earlier, yeah, no, Jatari still goes through that whole exaltation and then basically full confused left. Okay, where the hell is the religious aspect of this church that supposedly is supposed to be here? And basically full on she put up her shield and is now like, okay, what the hell's going on here?
Tegan will read that behavior and will make a kind of half-whispered comment of animal people. It sounds like.
Well,
Other than that, you're seeing through the gates. It looks like to the right there is a bit of a graveyard. It seems like there's two wings that are separated by kind of like the stone wall, like central area, and to the left, it looks like just the the Abbey wall, kind of a medium high brick and stone and mortar work rising up from the left. But yeah, you're definitely hearing noises of life, but not seeing anybody to greet you. Off to the distance, make a perception check. Probably just Dratari and Tegan.
All right.
Tegan would not get advantage because this is a sight perception.
15, and so I have advantage.
No, I was just saying that Tegan did not have advantage. So both of you would be a straight roll.
So for perception check, that would be 15 plus. Okay, so 15.
Yeah, you're not quite sure because they're not moving. It didn't point out, but it looks to be guards at the top of the wall of the central area. It looks like maybe some armor and spears. You can't tell if they're facing your direction or away from you.
Gotcha. This is not like any mastery I have been with. Usually, at least for some sort of religious humility, they are at least a little bit more hospitable to outcomers.
I'm gonna use thaumaturgy to make my voice louder, and I'm gonna call out to see if anybody's there.
So Manu calls out. What do you say?
I just say, "Hello, is anybody there? Or is anybody home?"
And this is probably while Dratari and Tegan are looking up at the what looks to be guards up at the top of the wall far away, and they don't move in response. But Tegan hears, everybody else hears too, but Tegan hears it a lot more clearly, kind of like a donkey's bray going, visitors, outsiders, who's there? Hello?
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 Can
Can't
you
quite
let us
hear
in?
ya.
Indeed. I am a patron of the Way of Peace. We mean no harm. How do you go? Would you let us in?
And if you won't let us in, will you at least let us leave?
Hello, Kissy.
Or we'll have to huff and puff and blow your house down.
Fucking hell, yeah.
Don't make me come in there. Ooh. What happened?
Also, I'm sorry, I'm not even looking at
Road.
tabletop right now. Are we looking at tabletop or no?
Yeah. We are.
Yeah, there's a dude.
Oh, shoot, I didn't see that. Auto.
That's why I'm glad I asked.
Auto bot.
All see.
I'm more wondering if he drives a school bus.
His name.
Magic school bus. Anyways.
Autobot, roll out.
You see this creature kind of with very bestial limbs. Definitely, like the legs have kind of the knee patterns of more of a dog or a large cat. His forearms are large and muscular, and hands
That's a
have
bugger.
like claws on them. He is carrying a shovel. His muzzle looks much like a dog's, but he does have very human eyes. He has one human ear and one ear that is like that of a donkey, and also a donkey's tail. And he sort of gives you another bray and goes, "Who's come to the Abbey? Visitors, trespassing friendlies."
Seeing this ugly half dog hybrid person, I go, oh, woof.
I mean,
I mean,
Uh,
I'm a
also,
turtle.
like,
yeah,
Go
but
ahead.
you're,
Siegfried!
they just
Siegfried! Siegfried, wake up! We have visitors!
don't wake the.
no.
No.
We come in
You
peace.
don't have to wake anyone up.
Yes,
God.
we are
They're already awake.
folks of the. I don't know where you all come from, but let's put it this way: we are coming in peace. We only want to know and how to. We only want to come in peace.
Oh, check the
And
in-game
and we would like
handouts.
to meet with the abbot here and have a conversation with him.
Claro que
Check,
sí.
check those pictures.
As you all are explaining yourselves, another shorter figure waddles into view. Um, this one stands about 4.5 feet tall, and the left side of their face and body is kind of covered in lizard scales. The right side with tufts of gray wolf fur. But beneath these different tufts and patches is pale human skin. And one eye is kind of that of a feline. And their fingers and hands resembles cat's paws with opposable thumbs. And with a very gruff voice, they call out, "Visitors, you come to see the abbot."
Of course we
Yeah.
come, and then just like Janari goes into a very deep bow kind of thing, like arm in front, just kind of thing of like just bowing in front. Of course, we have come to see the great and honorable abbot of
Have you guys been cursed? Do you guys need help?
The first one you met is like, "Cursed? Don't know what you mean. I'm the most beautiful, the most precious."
Of course you are.
Okay, we'll roll with that.
And so, yes, there is still a gate in between you and them, but it does appear to be unlocked. And they start to take a few steps away from you, kind of towards this central building. And the second one that comes up and turns around is like, "Well, you here for the abbot? Are we going?"
Yes.
Yes,
Let's
please.
go. If you would please, we would be most honored to be entered into the abbot of Krezk.
The Abbot of St. Markovia.
Thank you. Thank you, Mano.
Neither of them really say anything, but just continue allowing you to fall and step behind. The just gonna reveal some of this here.
I'll save the divine sense for later at this point.
Yeah, I think we can,
Yeah.
just looking at them, it's like, you don't need divine sense to see they ain't right.
Yeah. She ain't right.
Yeah, I'm more concerned about the abbot themselves, especially if they're someone or something that does this to people.
So, if I'm understanding this right, to the right of our party, we see a whole grave plot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
stunted pine trees grow out of the rocky earth in the graveyard near the foundation of the Abbey's north wing. The windows of the structure are cracked panes of leaded glass, and ancient gravestones burst from a thin crust of snow in the yard. Beyond the low wall that surrounds the graveyard, the ground falls away. The village lies 400 feet below, and the view is breathtaking.
What happened?
Okay.
Because we're literally we're in Barovia. When you say breathtaking, that sounds.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it past it. It's like you look at it, suddenly you can't breathe.
do any of the graves stand out, or are they all just like old dilapidated stones?
You're following behind these two creatures who are leading you to the abbey and walking past the graveyard. You may choose to ditch what's happening and make an investigation check to look closer.
Jatari just makes a quick note of that, basically saying, "Ah, yes, great sense of your past, yes."
I'm sorry,
I-
what? I didn't understand what
Basically
Dratari
tries
said.
to ask of them, yes, great sense of your past, yes.
In reference to the graveyard,
Oh, yes.
Siegfried stops, or I'm sorry, this one of these creatures you don't know the name of. I think that both the
Yeah.
tokens have their names on them, anyways. Though.
Yeah, and Otto did call him by name.
Yeah. So yeah, the one whose name you don't know but is labeled Siegfried, kind of turns to regard you, Dratari, and it's like, just the dead.
I see. And yeah, it just follows in lockstep.
So was Stephen breaking off to look at these graves a little bit closer, or Manu rather?
Yeah, I can just like
Alright.
come over and take a look at a few of them.
I'm gonna join Manu. I'm specifically looking for if any of the graves look fancy.
I mean,
yeah, I'm just looking to see if any of the
Fancy and robbable.
headstones. Yeah, I'm just looking to see if any of the headstones stand out. Like if there's one that's maybe more like obviously more expensive, and a person of high renown might have been buried there.
Maybe buried with
And-
her high renowned belongings.
And Jatari is trying to take like a sidelong glance of like looking at the grave, but not like actually investigating like the rest of the folk.
I mean, Tegan is curious about the graveyard, but how do I put this? What she'd want to know about it, she wouldn't know what to look for. Because
Yeah.
what I find odd / suspicious is we already had the commentary about every house in the village had its own personal family grave plot. So it
That's right.
raises the questionable issue of if everyone in the town has their own.
Could be
And-
visitors who died here.
Yeah, but that would be kind of suspicious considering how rare visitors are to any particular village of Barovia.
We could ask the.
Did
Yeah,
Manu
that's-
make
that-
an investigation check?
Yeah, I only got
Oh
a
yeah.
4.
Let me. Mine would be nat 1.
Yeah,
What are these things?
your Stormy is having a hard time even reading the gravestones. Manu, the only thing you're finding a little bit curious is that out of the 11 or 12 or so gravestones that you did look at, like 9 of them, the last name said Bellevue, and the other 3 you couldn't really read. And the shorter, slightly more bestial looking one of the two kind of turns around, looking at you, like, they're just graves. I thought, what? I thought you were coming to see the abbot. You coming?
Yeah.
Of course we
Ted,
that.
as we get near the building, I'm going to try to basically walk slightly off the path on the side of the building, just in order to try and, like, if there's any movement in range of my tremor sense.
Well, trying to check if anyone's still alive in those graves.
It's not the graves I'm checking. It's the fact that tremor sense pierces the wall. So I'm trying to see how much more movement I can pick up on in this area, since we came here looking for one person, and so far we know for a fact there's at least 3. And the shopkeeper talked about the people up living in the Abbey.
Okay.
Looking weird and acting weird, and I think
So,
we've confirmed that rumor. But it's just that case of what all else can I pick up on if I'm walking off the side of the path right along the building.
And last session, the burger did tell us. I think he said the abbot up here controls beasts or something, but maybe that's just because he doesn't come up here. But he said something about the abbot and beasts or something.
I mean, I see some beastly looking creatures right here.
Yeah.
They are literally like donkeys in legs, so yeah. Although I don't know what that says concerning that. What? One of us is a half orc, one of us is a tiefling, one of us is a turtle, and the other one of us is a human.
Our missing member looks human, but isn't.
Exactly. So, yeah.
And then people that were in our class group that are not here include another tiefling.
So yeah, Tegan, you're trying to use your the pink fuzzies on the side of your head to see if you get kind of a hint of what's going on inside. There's definitely a lot of movement going on inside, and especially towards the east wing, um, the lower floor of the east wing. It seems like there's a good amount of erratic, kind of nonsensical and frantic, but tightly confined movement. But I will say you're also pretty sure that the guards that you see at the top of this wall here in kind of the central area in between the two wings, you're pretty sure they're just scarecrows. They're not moving at all. You can't hear the sound of breathing from them.
Okay.
Wait, you can't sense breathing from the two people that we're dealing with right now.
No, there's kind of a line of guards kind of above this wall here. It looks like you could see helmets and spears and kind of chest armor and just like the right silhouette for guards guarding this wall. But yeah, Tegan, you're pretty sure those aren't guards, but just the facsimile of the scarecrow of guards.
Yeah, you can see in the little Discord image, two little dudes on the wall.
Suits of armor, essentially.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're just to look like guards.
It's a 15-foot high curtain wall that joins the Abbey's two wings. Behind its battlements, two guards stand at attention, and now Tegan is pretty sure they're not standing, but propped up. And their features are obscured by fog. Below them, set into the wall, is a pair of 10-foot tall wooden doors reinforced with bands of steel. And to the right of these doors, mounted on the wall, is a tarnished copper plaque.
Before I
on the plaque?
address the
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, if you get closer to look at the plaque, it bears the Abbey's name, the Abbey of ST Markovia, and it also has the words, "May her light cure all illness."
I do have a question relating to the echolocation BS, though. Like, none of the senses are just a circle. It's a sphere. So with that much movement happening around, basically, how tall is this building? How deep can I tell of this building? And
it is 2 stories tall. You could see that just by sight. I don't think even if I scan this whole chapter, it's going to tell me how tall each story is. So I'm going to say 11 feet.
yeah,
So 22 feet high is the tallest point. Not including there's some belfries and chimneys that go a little bit higher than that.
okay.
But about 11 feet up is this ledge, because kind of you could see in the disembodied audio that the 2 wings, there's a north wing and a east wing. Those are both 2 stories, but then it is a single story central area that connects them.
Okay. And do I feel any movement from something like a basement or anything? And do I feel any movement on those second stories with all the scurrying and everything on the first story?
I'd say that what is there is far enough away that I am going to ask you for a perception check.
Do 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 do. You good at school. Scroll down to my skills again. Perception.
Okay, that's
Nat
pretty good.
20.
Oh, it's a natural 20. That's very good.
Oh.
Yes, you are, with a natural 20, you are detecting that there is an underground space, just because of what is possibly some rodents scurrying down there. You don't detect larger humanoid life down there, anything, much movement going on. You detect that behind this wall there is a bit of weeping, kind of deep in the southeastern end of the central chamber, and you also hear faint but kind of agitated sounding splashing from kind of the center of this central chamber. From the bottom floor of the east wing, it's a lot of movement, and I don't necessarily know how to say it, but it doesn't sound like usual sounds of average life taking place. There's a frantic and manic quality to the movement sounds that you're hearing. The upper floor, you are hearing some cello music coming from the north wing and from the east wing. You think you hear slight fluttering of wings from the far east south corner of that side of the building. You also think you hear faint scribbling and scratching and some pages turning. It sounds like some shifting of movement on top of a surface that is soft. And then from the ground floor of the north wing, you hear what sounds like a faint and gentle one-sided conversation. Somebody talking to somebody as if it was a two-sided conversation, but you're not hearing a second voice.
Given the context, I'm
Creepy.
probably just going to assume that it's someone praying, or someone who's nuts.
I mean, at that point, I don't know if I noticed Tegan having all of that, like,
You
20.
probably look over at Tegan, and her ears are fluttering like she's trying to pull a Dumbo.
Exactly, yeah. And just like that moment, like, all right, where do we go, kind of thing. And just like, not even saying it, just like that question look up, like, I sense that your ears are going haywire. Where do we go?
Oh, we're still following the people guiding us, but I did just gather a lot of information, some of which I'll be asking about in our conversation with the abbot. Nothing immediately concerning, though.
Yeah, just a quick shrug and like, all right, let's go. And kind of like a carry on.
These two weird figures, they open this door before you and kind of let you in. The shorter one of the two turns to look to you and says, "Wait here. We'll get the Abbey. Be with you shortly. Keep your hands to yourself." And they both walk off into this room here and let you wait. The thick fog that fills this courtyard swirls as if eager to escape. The courtyard is surrounded by a 15-foot high. Yeah, I said 11. It's 15 foot high. Sorry. So yeah, the building is more like 30 feet high then. 15-foot high curtain wall on which stand several guards with their backs to you. Or so it seemed at first. It's clear now that these guards are merely scarecrows. Wooden doors to the north and east lead to the Abbey's two wings. In the center of the courtyard is a stone well fitted with an iron winch, to which winch to which is a hard thing. Anyways, there's a well with a winch, and there's a rope on that winch with a bucket. Along the perimeter, tucked under the overhanging wall, are several stone sheds with padlocked wooden doors, as well as 3 shallow alcoves that contain wooden troughs. 2 wooden posts pounded into the rocky earth have iron rings bolted to them, and chained to one of them is a short humanoid with bat wings and spider mandibles. the quiet is shattered by horrible screams coming from the sheds.
Can I throw a copper down the well?
Can I cast light on that copper before you throw it down the well?
Yes,
Actually,
pour into your
actually,
witch.
when Stormy and I approach the well, is there is there movement in the well?
There is indeed movement in the well.
Okay, I'm gonna stop Stormy from. I'm gonna like reach my hand out to try and stop
I'm like
her.
mid flip. I'm getting ready to flip it. I'm gonna
Bonk.
flip it.
Oh,
what,
just
Tegan?
one moment. Let's take a closer look first, because there's something in the well.
All right, let's take we'll take a closer look.
Where did you say the spider bat thing is?
The well?
Oh, it's in the well, or
No,
there
it's tied up near one of the shed stacks.
Oh, okay.
okay, down that way.
Okay. And the other ring that's designed to hold someone is not currently occupied. Correct?
That ring that you're all kind of standing in front of is a well, and that well has a cover on it, but there is movement from within the
Okay,
well.
I meant the bat person thing is on a chain connected to one ring in the ground, and you said there was two rings in the ground, so I'm guessing the other isn't chained to the
Yeah, and this map
unoccupied.
that I have for this location doesn't actually show the posts. So, yeah, the other one would be right about there. It's just like kind of like a horse post, horse tethering post. But yeah, the one that is in the southeast end of the room has what looks like a bat person spider face human.
I move away from that one.
Actually, after all that, basically, Chari just turns thinking. So as turns her thinking and goes. So are we going down the well, or are we going somewhere else?
we are waiting here, and we were told not to touch anything. But if you had any little siblings or anything, you know how much trouble you can get into while not actually touching anything. And given how many of us can produce magical floating hands, that opens up quite a lot.
So all we have to do is as according to a bitcher. Oh, Valley and Plenty.
At the mere mention of Mage Hand, Sunny casts Mage Hand, just like has it like at the ready.
There aren't any more of those of these monster things over this way, are there?
We've heard them moving around and making sounds from inside those.
Oh no, just like visible or in these little sheds or whatever here. Like that one's down there, like tied to a thing. Are there any up here?
You could. These all seem to be. It was too much of a pain in the ass to reveal this whole area, but still hide the interior of these what look like chicken sheds. But they are doors on them and padlocked. You can get closer
Okay.
to try to see if you could hear anything on the other side.
No. As long as there's no other disgusting, like amalgamation monsters visible, I'm just gonna stand over here because that spidery bat thing is really creepy.
Yeah, so it's like there's the spider bat human in the one corner that you can see, and Tegan is definitely hearing what she probably suspects is another one of these things down the well.
I mean, I was going to
I just
assume it
like
was, but
I just want to like yell over at the short creature, the one we don't know their name yet, and be like, "Hey, What's in here? And just point down in the well.
They, to remind you, they did both walk into
The
this
north
room
building?
here,
Oh, okay. They
saying
can't see
that they
us.
were going to get the abbot.
Um,
Can
Yeah, it's just us with the disgusting spider guy.
I want to take a peek under the lid in the well. I want to take a peek. Just a small peek, not a big one.
It's a little peek.
The
And I do
well
it so,
is
and I do it so stealthily too. Like,
the well is very deep and very dark. You can make a perception check with disadvantage, or you can try to add a light source.
I have 60 feet of dark vision. Also,
Okay. So yeah, the well, it looks at least like 80 feet deep, but hiding about 20
Right.
feet down,
it's about 61 feet deep.
a little bit under the water,
Mhm.
is another one of these kind of weird creatures, and kind of the light from the room above you shines down and kind of illuminates him better, and he looks up, he starts clambering up the walls towards you.
Like successfully clambering, or like an iguana on a tank.
They seem to be making advancements up this stone well. They're clumsy for sure, but they're
I'm gonna go ahead and close the lid on that thing.
okay.
Yeah, I'll
You
close
close
it, and
the
I
lid with a bang.
immediately look up, and I'm like, if that thing is coming up here quick.
Was it?
I think you might even have the instinct to close it and immediately sit on it, and like right after butt touches wood, a big thump beneath you, like it's trying to get out. Another one like thumping pretty hard, and then there's a third one. Make a dexterity save.
I mean, it does help if the rest of us try to sit on it as well.
yeah,
It's-
because
Yeah, that'll give advantage.
Nope, I
Okay.
am not moving closer.
I was already
I'll-
right here, so yeah,
Yeah,
I'm definitely there as well.
Ooh, the
I'm-
advantage saved it. That's a 17 plus 3. Dirty 20.
There is a third bang that comes from the bottom of this lid that um, you are sitting on, Stormy, and then Tegan manages to also sit on at the last second when the third bang does knock you, Stormy, off of the cover. But Tegan also hears kind of and then a splash. And listening for another minute or 90 seconds or so, it seems like this creature is not making another attempt to climb the well now that the cover has been put back on.
something,
And,
something about on rises.
After just probably at that moment, a figure comes out of this room. And he says, "Oh, well, my. The Abbey is, well, it is not a place that regularly gets visitors, and there's so many of you, and, well, you're not even the first visitors in recent days. I'm overwhelmed and overjoyed at my sudden influx of welcome friends. So, welcome, friends, to the Abbey of St. Markovia. I am The abbot.
Who?
Indeed. Thank you very much for your warm welcoming.
Tegan is saying a lot, but I didn't hear any of it.
Sorry, I had turned off my mic. I'm going to be like quickly nudging Dratari. Like this person. First of all, as having played Elden Ring, I'm half expecting this mask-wearing freak to start making fun of me for being maidenless. But
yes, indeed.
but also, I've gotten so many visitors lately. When everyone else in town is like, we've been keeping everything locked up and no visitors have been through in a very long time, and this person, nah, it's, the most sus of sus. Just take off that mask and wear the Among Us suit.
And indeed, it's one of those things where, at this point, Jatari's trying to be cordial about it. It's like, thank you for welcoming us into your home? Question mark, question mark, question mark?
This figure is very tall, and I wouldn't call them like slender, definitely not frail per se. They're pretty stacked, but between their height and kind of the subtle and elegant grace with which they move and compose themselves, almost an alien quality about this man. His skin is really pale, almost like a tinge of like a subtle pastel blue to it. He does look like a young man, maybe, in his early 30s, but quite bald.
Yeah, so on top of that, just like, for Jatari, just, we humbly accept your gracious invitation to your humble abode, even despite your interesting visitors, kind of like making a side eye to the well.
Well,
And just like,
no,
we
you
humbly
must
accept your gracious
understand. You must understand. The Bellevues are permanent fixtures here. They are not mere visitors. This is very much so their home. Uh, but visitors, yes, I have had two in recent weeks, which is, well, quite unusual. We haven't had a guest in many a year before now, and two newcomers within the last week or so, and now, well, four of you.
As interested as I am in your recent guest, first I must ask what the hell is in that well?
Well, I was about to ask, is your two newcomers currently the denizens of your velvet, or someone else?
Sorry, you said the two newcomers are what?
And more or less implying the fact that are the newcomers that the the abbot is referring to is the folks that are in the well, or no?
No. You are going to have to give me a second. This is giving me a low battery warning, and when I
Oh,
put
shit.
this
No,
one
yeah.
away, this one is going to stop working
For sure.
until I reconnect it.
Take your time, Paul. Take your time.
Y'all could probably still hear me, but I can't hear anything.
Paul is stalling to figure out what the hell is in that well. I really like this new voice chat text thing on the side because I can throw in jokes that I want to interrupt people with without actually interrupting anything. And I feel like that helps take a lot of pressure out of my mind of things I want to blurt out.
I mean, no joke. There's been a lot of times I've been trying to make like the joke answers for things, but yeah, I don't
Yeah.
think it's.
It's like very much what I do at work and meetings. Zoom. I'll be like talking about something important, and then I'll be like at the same time copy pasting like memes in the chat.
I do that more than what probably should be
Can't hear
professionally
you, Paul.
considered.
Yeah, no Paul yet.
I mean, to be fair, Scout, I probably do that more than what should be professionally considered, considering that I'm working for fucking Abbott.
Yeah, I definitely. Well, I don't know. I'm probably fine.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's a big company, but it's pretty chill. It's
You're
very
still working for a
unofficial.
video game
It-
company.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would definitely describe it as it's not as wild as you think a video game company is, but it's definitely what a tech company is. Like we're very much that vibe. We're not quite like for good or bad, like late 2000s Blizzard.
I mean, let me be
The
honest.
good part, mostly focusing on the good part, although unfortunately the bad was definitely there during that period.
I mean, yeah, I don't want to gloss over, especially what was that guy's name? The
I mean,
CEO.
if you weren't a woman, like that office was sick as hell.
Also race.
If you were a white man working at
Yeah.
Blizzard between 2006 and 2009, man, you were fucking shit. I can
mean,
only assume.
yeah. Well, not just that, but also, goddamn.
I can't hear your response to if
Oh,
you're
hey, Paul.
laughing at me freaking out.
Hey,
But
we
I'd
can hear
love
you
to
now.
have a whole episode where I don't have a technical issue that doesn't make me fucking lose my shit and just panic live in a way that
Can
Oh,
you hear
don't
us
worry.
at
We're
this
just.
moment?
right now it was unable to disconnect from the headphone that was saying low battery at me. So since it wouldn't disconnect, I made it forget the device, and the other ear, I keep putting it into its case and taking it back out, and my computer's Bluetooth isn't even seeing that it's there, and I don't know why. And unfortunately, my regular headphones are hooked up in a way that I can't just throw those on.
Gotcha. I mean, you are coming in very clear right now, so I don't know if that helps, but
Add Bluetooth rather.
also to finish up the conversation we were having earlier, it pains me that I can't remember the name of the CEO of Blizzard, Activision, etc. But let's just cut to the chase and say fuck him.
Fuck him and pretty much
Bobby.
everyone around him.
Yeah,
Bobby Kotick, thank you. Yes.
Yeah, I
Can
have a
hear
lot of
y'all
thought,
now,
especially
or
working
do I
in the
have to go
industry
into my
now.
user settings to change this again. Yep, because it switched to default, even though I told it not to switch.
No.
Now-
Sorry, a lot of us are talking at once, but
So sorry. Okay.
All good.
Jesus. I just love that I put stuff on YouTube I don't edit at all. That's just me going panic. Anyways, I answered one question, but then somebody else was having the question about what y'all found in the well. I don't remember what the question was or from who.
Jotari had asked, or was it
Oh,
Stormy?
I
who
had asked
Yeah,
what
yeah.
the hell is in that well?
And if
Oh,
that was
that
one
would,
of the visitors.
No, the two visitors in recent time would be in the near Upper East Wing. The residents here are a family known as the Bellevues. Mishka Bellevue is a bit of a aquatic lover, and this is well, her safe place.
I take it one of
as in. Oh, go ahead.
I take it one of the guests then is the one who is playing the cello quite levelly.
Oh, no, that would be my faithful martinet, one Cloven Bellevue.
Ah,
If you wish, I can introduce you. He does love to play for us.
we can table that for a later portion of the conversation.
Why do they look like that?
But in the same sense, I would love to have a quick chat with the Bellevue there. She seems to really play the. She seems to really know her way around the instrument.
Cloven, yes, he is, well, I believe he is upstairs in the north wing at the moment, as he is wont to do. Yes, well, welcome my children to the Abbey. I suppose a tour is in order, and I can make introductions to, well, some of the residents and the, if you wish, the two guests that are also staying here at the moment. But may I ask, my children, what has brought you to our humble Abbey?
My God, why do these people look like this? These are they're like monsters. How are you okay with this?
It's all good.
It is quite rude to call them monsters when they are not so. Much more respectful, I think, would be to refer to them as mongrel folk.
That one's a spider.
Sounds.
Hush, Manu, it is all good.
I just
You must understand a touch of the divine can be quite potent.
That is not divine. That's horrific.
and Tegan
You know
will
what?
actually point out. I understand that you
Yeah, go ahead.
have sympathy for these individuals, and some of them are even seeming to be capable of functioning quite well. But when you're keeping them boxed up in sheds or chained to posts, I think you criticizing other people's civility towards them is a little gauche.
Gives you a bit of a sad look, and yes, I understand what life of bondage can do to a psyche. But the Bellevues have resided here for quite a long time. All of them, in fact, all but one Bellevue has remained here for their entire life. Many, like my faithful martinets and my other guards, live very fulfilling and productive lives. But as this is a monastery, it is also a place of healing of sorts. There is a sanitarium I have improvised. Many of the Bellevues, well, it's unfortunate that many of them turn out quite mad.
Is that why there's one weeping? And none of you know this, but Tegan says, is that why there's one weeping in the basement?
I don't think I said that. I think I said you thought you heard scurrying of a rodent, but not.
Right, yeah.
Not anything. Like, you rolled a
Crying
natural
rat.
20, so you heard that there is a space in the basement, but you didn't hear that there was a person in the basement.
You described someone crying or weeping. You used the word you used was weeping. I thought you'd said that was lower. I don't remember what direction you said. Well, more to the point is I wasn't able to keep track of the varying directions you were saying, given that I didn't have context. But
And actually, on top of that, I tried to smooth things over by going to the abbot and basically going the whole. I'm very sorry for my friends. We are very tired. We are very emotional from our days of travel. But at the same time, I'm trying to kind of grovel, also using divine sense to look all the way around to see what is and what is not like divine. As my last little sense of like trying to look through the whole abbey to try to look around, but also trying to say thank you for your great hospitality. We are very gracious for everything that you could provide us in these very dark and trying times. And we are very humbled by your presence and everything that you can help us on our journey onto the next town over. Obviously, that
Yeah.
last bit is a lie, but he doesn't know that.
You are getting.
I don't know if you need
you are getting such an overwhelmingly strong divine kind of radiating energy off of the abbot. It's very pure, very heavenly, very angelic.
Good shit.
So much so you're scarcely to pinpoint anything else around.
Okay, so I can't even tell like from anyone else like what's going on then.
Can I interrupt and just blurt out? You said except one.
I said except one and what?
Yeah.
You
Of
said that all
the
of the
family.
all of the what are they? Belvederes?
Bellevues.
All
Does
the
Stormy
Bellevues.
ask about that?
Yes, all of the Belvederes live here. You said except for one.
I wanted to ask
that
about
would
that
be
too.
one Cirrus Bellevue. He well, of the whole family, he's one of the more mentally advanced, which I regret to say is perhaps a low bar. But he sought to seek a life for himself outside of the monastery, and I am a healer, I am a physician, I am not a jailer, not a warden. He was given my blessing.
Do you know
He
where
still comes
he went?
back from time to time. Oh yes, he serves the master of Castle Ravenloft.
And at that point, since Stormy and Manu are kind of questioning the abbot, I try to do a wink and a nudge to Tegan of going like, okay, something very weird with the abbot here for the fact that he's like super, super holy.
On the one hand, Tegan will address that with Jatari here in a moment, the nudging thing. But first, I would like to roll insight on the abbot talking about the member of this family, the Bellevues, working for Strahd. I want to pick up something along the lines of how this person feels about that. Like, is this person like proud that this person works for Strahd?
Yeah, go ahead and make a roll.
22.
Yeah, I think it's less that you intuit this and more that you perform a look of concern, which prompted him to what was probably going to be his next line anyways. It was not the life that I would have chosen for him, but I am quite proud of his independence, and he does come back from time to time.
Is he maybe coming back soon?
Oh, one never knows, really, but he does come from time to time.
Okay, well, basically, we just came up here to see what was going on, and if anything needed done, and if anything needs done, we can probably do it. Uh, yeah, this is pretty much it.
But that we do need a place to sleep as of that. There is
Yeah, and
Well,
there's no inn in town, and I don't know about staying at the burgomaster's place.
as
I do
Manu,
have to pay the Burgomaster Krezk a visit this evening.
that's ominous. But
Oh no!
as Manu is having that conversation, Tegan will address the fact that Dratari had nudged her and kind of do the hands over the mouth as if I'm being thoughtful thing.
like this kind of thing.
Yep. And then we'll cast message and do that complete Soto voice version of talking to use message to ask, what is it? What have you got?
And at that point, Atari just goes, I don't know my limit, but at the same time, he is holier than thou by the nth degree.
Specifically Celestial.
He is a celestial. Yeah, let's just put it at the point of like, I don't know what's going on, but he is a celestial.
And that was just between you two, right?
I think at that point, yeah.
Currently.
Can't
So
game.
that's okay. Hmm. Okay, so
How long does your divine sense last?
It's a radar ping. It's just that
Okay.
moment.
Yeah, I think exactly. Let me check, but I'm pretty sure it's just that. Yeah, as an action, you can set good and evil. Until the end of your next turn, you can sense anything affected by the hollow spell or know the location of any celestial, fiend, undead within 60 feet. That is not behind cover, total cover. You can use.
I said that the glow coming off of the abbot was so extreme that is what you saw. But go ahead and make a retroactive perception check with disadvantage.
All right. Let's see what that. Oh, you're kidding me. 1. That's a natural 1.
Yeah, the abbot in his heavenly celestial glory, you are just basking in the radiances of this hunk of a man.
Yeah. Yep. Okay.
This holy hunk.
Holy hunk of a man. Yeah. Yeah. Fair enough.
But yes, my children, if you are weary, I could show you immediately to a place where you could lay your heads. We are not exactly equipped for visitors. We might have to move some beds into a room that is already occupied by our other 2 visitors, and some may have to double up on a bed or take the floor, as it were. But I would be remiss to not at least first give you a tour of the grounds. This is quite old and quite a sacred site. It's lots of importance to the faith of the Morning Lord. And on top of that, it would be remiss of me to fail to mention some of the foibles and dangers that you might wish to avoid during your stay here.
That is fair enough. And actually, in fact, if you wanted us all to be in the same room, that wouldn't be necessarily a bad thing.
Well,
More or less going with the aspect of saying, hey, let's all be in the same room so that we can all take guard at one point of the night.
Well, can I take a peek in the well
Dude.
again?
But for like the rest of... Wait, what?
Oh, can I take a peek in the well again?
Is Scout asking if Stormy could do that without saying anything, or is Stormy asking the abbot?
Scout is asking if Stormy can just like, while this conversation is going on, kind of real carefully lift the lid and take another peek in.
You may certainly try it. Make a sleight of hand check.
The
Nat 20 plus
the
6.
abbot said that we'd be sharing a room with these monster people.
That's kind of what I was trying to...
Excuse not monster
Stormy,
people. They are...
Stormy
what are they called?
looks mongrel folk.
Yes.
Stormy looks
Please.
in, and you see the eyes of the figure that had tried to crawl out. I think you're probably only cracking it a bit, and maybe like Manu's shell is in between the well and the abbot's face. So you could do that pretty privately. And there you just see two angry yellow eyes staring up at you, slightly obscured from bubbles coming out of the mouth.
And then, at least beforehand, probably just make the inference that, hey, I don't know what to be an intrusion on to you and your people. I just want to make it so that we should at least be on the same room, kind of, so that we can at least, one of us at some point of the night, just take watch.
Yeah.
But Manu was asking a question about that other room, sharing it with the two other visitors. Was Stephen asking me, or was Manu asking the abbot?
Stephen was asking the dungeon master, just to clarify what he said.
Yeah, what he was saying was that the other two visitors that are in the abbey are kind of in the room that they have to spare, and they can move some extra beds into that room.
But there are. He does mean the mongrel folk, right?
No, he means the outsiders, the two visitors that recently came.
Oh, okay. Well, I wouldn't mind speaking with them. I could at least stay long enough for that.
Yes. We had. Well, I'm not entirely sure what her deal was, but it was one Miss Esmeralda Davenier. She was, I'm not sure, some sort of ranger or monster hunter. I wasn't quite clear. She had visited here and gone to. She was trying to learn something about the lore of the land. She had brought back another who was, on death's door, in fact, very much beyond it. And I was able to bring him back from the brink. But yes, they are in the room in the east wing. I could show them to you shortly, or if you prefer to get there at the end of our tour, we could begin.
Yeah, we could do that
Go
at the
ahead and
end of the tour, maybe?
Yes. Well,
so
simply fine.
as he turns to continue to lead us, I'm going to do that hands over my mouth thing to everyone, to the two that do not yet know this, and advise them about the fact that the abbot is a celestial. Pass it on, basically. And like we're doing whisper campaign time. Like the abbot is a celestial. So,
I'm
or
still trying to figure out.
better yet, because message lets me send a 6-second message. Dratari says the abbot is a celestial.
You follow the abbot into what is the main hall, and gentle sounding music trickles down from above, played on a single stringed instrument by some unseen master. The ground floor is one large 50-foot square room with arched leaded glass windows. A cauldron sits on an iron rack in a fire in a hearth, while above the fireplace mantel hangs a golden disc engraved with the symbol of a sun. In one corner, a wooden staircase climbs into the upper level, while in another corner, a stone staircase descends into darkness. Several chairs surround a wooden table that stretches nearly the length of the room. Wooden dishware and gold candelabras are neatly arranged on the table, standing behind which is a young woman with alabaster skin, dressed in a torn and soiled red gown. Her auburn hair is neatly bundled so as to not touch her soft shoulders. She seems lost in her own thoughts. And the abbot, in his brown monk's robes, gently takes the woman by her hand. And you see the painted wooden holy symbol that depicts the sun that's hanging from a chain around his neck. And he just moves with the great grace of a saint. And he says, welcome to my main hall. I'd like to introduce Vasilka. She is, and you see him look at her, and she is looking blankly, not in any of your directions, kind of vaguely in the area that you're all standing, but she's not looking at you, as she kind of slowly, occasionally blinks. And he says, she is, I am sure, overjoyed to meet you.
And at that, okay, I'm also assuming that there's at least a chair near her as well. But basically, he takes her hand and goes, yes, the Ave Maria. And tries to take her hand in both hands. It just fills you with the glory of God kind of thing. And just does this not fill you with the Holy Spirit? And looking straight at her. Kind of like a expectant glance.
A lot of this seems to not register with her. In fact, when you go to take her hand, she doesn't offer it at all. It feels quite awkward that you're just grabbing this woman's hand, who doesn't resist, doesn't pull away, doesn't recoil. But she definitely didn't pick up on what you were doing and then offer her hand. She blinks again, and she doesn't look at you. She kind of looks at her hand as it's being moved.
And at that point, I try to. I know that I can't do like too much of a unsubtle glance, but definitely try to look back at the rest of the party, going, "The fuck going on here, yo?" Just like that, trying to look at each one of the party, going, "Okay, this is weird." Just that like quick glance at everyone.
This is Vasika Bellevue.
Before you're able to ask this, the abbot takes a stand behind Vasilka and kind of I'm going to move Dratari and Stormy's tokens into here. Lancelot's with you all too.
Yeah,
I stopped
him,
playing
but
at the well.
I need to control him. I can't control Lancelot, or I'd move him too.
Yeah, no, I wasn't even looking at.
Lancelot is incorrigible.
I think it's because I keep switching it from my control or from your control back to me, because I don't like how it looks that like Lancelot is a player character on the tabletop home screen. But
Gotcha.
The abbot is going to stand behind Vasilka and say, Vasilka, this young woman is greeting you. Remember we practiced your curtsy? And she sort of looks up at him and then looks kind of like in between your eyes, like the center at the bridge of your nose, and slowly it's neither awkward nor graceful. It just is a curtsy. Um, she executes a curtsy that is passable.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Hey, you don't have to listen to him. Like,
And
why
was
what
it
are you bossing her around
Tegan
for?
after that? Was it Tegan after that asking if this is a Bellevue?
Correct.
No, my child. If this is, well, in a manner of speaking, this is my child, in so much as we are all children of the morning, Lord.
Of course, of course.
But yes, Vasilka is, other than myself, the various ravens who like to roost here, the only non-Bellevue.
Excuse me, but you say ravens.
Oh, yes, there are ravens all across this land that comes and go.
Yeah, where are the ravens here?
Well, not just that, but do you mean that more? Excuse my pardon me, but do you mean that more literally than not?
I mean, I suppose I don't know what you mean, but you were asking where are the ravens, though they're usually in the belfry or outside. And yes, I mean that literally, my child. Ravens are a common sight in the Abbey.
But I guess I mean that more by. So you mean that you might be a part of the family of the Markov?
I'm afraid I don't know what you mean. Are you referring to the winemakers?
In fact, I am.
To be clear, I don't not understand you. He doesn't know what a were-raven is.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
I'm
and if
afraid I don't
Strahd
know what
keeps
you're
talking,
speaking of. As I said, I am a healer and a physician, but not so much a scholar.
I see.
Not saying this in character, but we need to check out the ravens.
Fair enough, but that's probably for that's a task for another time.
yeah.
We're kind of in a situation here, so
I'm more concerned with this woman is very odd looking, barely functioning, and a celestial is claiming she's essentially his daughter. So
Yeah, I don't
I'm
like it.
going to be trying to get as much of an impression as I can from her slash all of this. And probably at some point I'm going to try to, if ever he's not quite directly looking at me, I'm going to pop another detect magic on so that I can read the area.
This all feels like a blink twice if you need help situation.
Except I think
yeah.
she's. I don't know
But
what the deal
also,
is, but she doesn't seem.
yeah, it's like that's Barovia everywhere, terrible and weird. So
Yeah, and I.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm also looking through my spell list, going like, okay, what's happening? I can actually help on this, and
I can cover her
yeah.
in dirt. Does that help?
I mean, if this was like a curse to turn her into an invalid, then that would be something along the lines of remove curse or greater restoration. And I don't think
Yeah.
that we have anything like that in our party as yet.
Albeit, like, yeah.
I mean, remove curse.
And not
Manu
to
could have it on after a rest, but I think that's it. That's the only. That's it.
Yeah, and I think a greater, yeah, Yeah.
That requires
Uh,
being level 9, just
Yeah.
flat out. Oh, nope. I still had it at 50%.
Oh yeah,
It
it's
was
visual
it's
audio.
visual. Yep.
For sure. What does visual audio mean? It's a picture. Visual and audio.
Oh no, and I've got something wrong. It's just awful echo. Oh no.
Hi Paul.
The echo is from the visual audio channel. We've been testing that.
So many buttons.
I can no longer hear Paul.
Yes,
I
you
can.
are. No. We haven't got out as far in the sessions as I wanted to. I think there was a specific spot that we're pretty close to that. I think Scout specifically was trying to get to. It is 11, which means
We can-
one
we can-
for
Yeah, we can end if
I
we want
didn't
to.
want to end yet, but this might be like 15 minutes clicking around with settings to figure out how to fix this. I don't know why this started, and I'm not sure how to stop it.
That's okay. We can end it here at the beginning of the tour.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
All good. Because I think we're playing next weekend also, right?
No,
No,
next
the third.
Oh, we're doing the 30th too? Okay.
The third.
I did
Okay.
not know that.
I had 23rd.
scouts, stormies. Fuck. I had said then, I really did like being the forever DM for 15 years, and as kind of a part of my process of trying to get myself to learn all these internet tools to run something online, like I was talking to you about that all being so overwhelming that was part of what was keeping me from trying to get back from getting back into it. And you basically recommended me to just try to run some one shots and figure it out in that kind of a setting that has less pressure, less to do. And so I've been putting together something on Roll20 and learning some of the mapping tools and whatnot in order to redo something that I had a very small portion of an adventure from something that I had run 12 years ago on a play-by-post. Just
So
like
fun.
just kind of cherry picking one of the things that I had written previously that I was really proud of how I'd done it and what I'd done and da 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 da. So that way, all of that is already written and it's something I did and I liked and am proud of. And using that as the basis of me going off of with, I'm putting that together and it would be like 4, maybe 5 sessions to run it. And I'm trying to put that together so that I could potentially run it and learning all those tools. So thank you for the suggestion, and I am actually kind of using it.
Nice.
That's good.
That's sick.
If you need more
Can y'all
people to be
hear
on
me
that
okay?
to
Yes.
help you, let us know. I mean, I don't want to talk for Scott and I, but I mean, I'd be more than happy to
Seems
join
like
in.
I could hear me okay, and I
Oh.
could also hear y'all okay.
Yeah.
Yay!
And it seems like OBS is also hearing all of us. Jesus Christ, I am so. I know y'all don't mind. Y'all are very incredibly patient with me. I know I don't have to be like professional or whatever, but I do appreciate that y'all give me patience.
Honestly, Paul, don't worry about it. It's one of those things where technology is either a bastard or a bitch, depending on what you want to call it.
It was literally just like a 15-minute break, which we
Yeah,
take
so
normally anyway, so
But
totally
it was
works
just
out to just
like,
do one extra break.
yeah,
I would like to get better wireless earbuds than these ones that I got for free. I love a free item, but yeah, there's some things about. Okay, for a second there, I thought like the music had a lull for a second. And I was like, did it just stop? And I didn't even click a button.
yeah.
Okay, sorry.
You're good. You're good.
Anyways, I feel like we were just like y'all had questions, and I was trying to answer them, and stuff kept happening. So we're in the main hall, this kind of dining room area. There's the abbot who you met and Vasilka who you met. I feel like there was questions specifically on whether or not she's a Bellevue, which she is not. I think he already said she is not. She's more like his daughter. I feel like there were other questions. Sorry, we could get out of where we left off.
Actually, on that note, since we're talking about Bellevue, I don't know if this is something that we already addressed earlier, but is Bellevue essentially Belmont of Castlevania, or is this completely?
Yeah, it feels like a reference
Okay.
by the game designers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bellevue is also the name of a real life sanatorium.
Yeah, that too.
It is. Though they do typically, they are a sanatorium, but they're as far as sanatoriums go, they specialize far more than most on addict recovery.
All right. Anyways,
But
since I think you had a question there, Brooke.
I want to look over her as much as I can to figure out what her physiological deal is. Like,
Actually,
did the celestial reproduce by budding? Did he mind wipe someone? Like, what exactly is going on here with this?
and
You
on top of
can
that,
choose to make a religion check, an arcana check, or a medicine check.
Arcana it is.
and on top of that, can I make a check on that as well? I'm holding her hand. I'm trying to like look at her and try to figure out what the hell's going on.
You can
I'm-
make a perception check.
I am going to give myself guidance before I do this.
Okay.
Unless the abbot reacts to me casting a spell on myself. And I'm doing that for multiple purposes.
What does guidance have? Verbal and somatic
Correct.
components?
Verbal, somatic, but no material.
You start gesticulating and muttering to yourself in a way that you hope is innocuous enough. And a hand from the abbot does pass. It's like, my child, please, it is impolite to be casting magics without first letting all those involved know what it is you're doing.
Natural 4.
And I kind of cock an eyebrow at him as if I'm almost like I'm trying to pretend like he's overreacting and I'm being put upon. As I say, it's just a simple guidance cantrip so that I can pay more attention.
And on top of that,
Yeah, get his
after
ass.
basically just completely failing on my own perception check when trying to hold her hand, lays a hand on Tegan, laying my own guidance check to add on to Tegan's one, going, there's nothing to worry about here, Abbott. This is all under control. Since I think I have a...
Just give one a heads up when casting, so